And welcome back. We're picking up where we left off last time in Factorio Pyanodons. If you're watching this in the highlight stream, this is the beginning of the 14th day, where I think we're going to spend at least the opening part of this day diagnosing why we don't have enough glass. I think it's a glass problem we're having. Yeah, I think it's a glass problem we're having. So we'll pop back in with the next highlight, presumably with whatever I've done for the glass setup. If you're watching on Twitch, we're watching the unedited version. The editor has done a good job. It's just you and us. We just finished up chromium processing. Do we want any new buildings from chromium processing, or is that just recipes? It's just recipes. Okay. So we're going to be working through the tech tree here. I don't think I necessarily need the weapon shooting speed or the weapon damage. There's maybe an argument to go into military so we can get some grenades to chuck at things. Well, that's maybe not super useful. I think that's all that's getting us is grenades. Those I could have been running the shotgun already. Do floor tiles for a couple different alternative recipes for floors. Ash, gravel, pitch, ash, limestone, creosote, iron oxide, so pipe, iron oxide, muddy sludge. Different options. A concrete wall, I suppose, if we wanted some walls. I suppose I'm doing an improvement on glass right before I'm going to get improved technology for glass. So maybe it's not the best time to be doing this, but we're going to go do it anyway. Although that maybe to say, pull that to the beginning of tech tree. Do quartz processing first. Yeah, we're gonna review what's up with glass so we get some more glass flowing. There's some glass flowing. Take the problem someplace else in the whole setup. Grab a bunch of concrete ore at it. So there's one drawback of what I'm doing here is slowly collecting all the brick into my inventory. So improving the road and getting brick. Go follow up. I'm going to grab some of the glassworks because we need that for melting glass. And is it crystal mines I think I need? I think I might need some crystal mines as well. So grab the concrete, over to the crystal mines. The way I think I'm going to deal with the molten glass problem is the glassworks themselves require liquid fuel. So I'm just going to have a redundant number of them, which maybe isn't the best way to deal with that, but that's the way I'm going to try to deal with that. And by building a redundant number of them, I can set this batch to use fuel X, this batch to use fuel Y, this batch to use fuel C. There's definitely other ways you can go about doing that, but then you gotta have a way to properly purge your fuel line of unused fuel. which I'm not gonna bother with right now. There's my glassworks. Yeah, even in our inferior operational state, the system is definitely working. We're estimated to have a 10-minute completion here of quartz processing. So this is currently my glass setup, which is actually being limited by the number, or almost being limited by the number of crystal mines by the looks of it. So probably want to expand the crystal mining itself. So if I want to say fill up, and yeah, actually apparently have enough fuel to keep it running. So it is it's throughput of quartz into molten glass. That's actually the issue down here. So if I want a belt of quartz, how many crystal mines do I need? $15. So we'll probably end up doing 16 because it's hard to get the belt the way I want it otherwise. Okay, so we need 15 of them. I got 6 here. So needless to say, we need more. Short term, we're going to make it worse to make it better. So we're going to take out the existing mines. So the rightmost deposit is that lump, I believe. Yeah, that's the rightmost one. So let's arrange for the first sort of stretch to be aligned on you. Okay, so that's 5 long. Okay, one of them might not last particularly long, but that's 10 of the 15 or so that I supposedly need. I very much feel like I got alignment wrong here. Yeah, I got alignment wrong here. Okay, let me fix that. Yeah, only on the bottom 4 here. Okay, technically we're not mining the very topmost glass pile there, but that's good enough. I have to rewrite some of these, reroute some of these pipes. And yeah, technically that would be enough, although I'd have problems with the lane bouncing as it is. Probably the best way to describe that setup as it is right now. I need a splitter, which means I need some iron. Run over the iron belt. A couple splitters. Then we're gonna have to reroute some of the plumbing. Because again, I want the very leftmost portion of this belt here. I don't necessarily need the whole thing, but like that should be enough, but we're gonna future-proof it a little bit. Okay, so we got nothing flowing up this pipe. Let me go find the source of this pipe and figure out if that's actually the case. If that's actually the case, we'll just tear the whole pipe up. Oh, that's actually flow down? Wait, that's my pitch outflow. Which isn't running because the hydrogen's overflowed. Okay. I don't happen to have a... Okay, I know how I'm gonna fix that. Okay, so that's a pitch line. So I do need that line. It needs to be rerouted. Up here, we're getting hydrogen. Okay, so I've got 3 lines here that need to be rerouted from down here, plus the gasoline, potentially the acetylene if it's coming up. Although, no, I worked out the acetylene. The acetylene here, down here in theory can be disassembled. Maybe I should disassemble it to save some pipe mess. Okay, so I got a steam light needs to be routed. I've got the whole gas line needs to be rerouted. And I think anthracene oil needs to be rerouted. Yeah, the rest could stay. The rest could definitely stay. Where they are. I'm just going to reroute those ones. So you're the steam. Steam's running around. Like that, the anthracine's ratted around. The last one's the coal gas. Oh, I'll have to pipe out of the coal gas one, or out of the anthracene one. There we go. So, that should be enough quartz for a full belt. The next thing to figure out is that enough? Well, there's no real limit on the molten glass here. I don't friend people on Discord. If you want to befriend me on Discord, you need to befriend me, not me befriend you. My username is the same as the YouTube channel username, which is Whoopole100. Although that's probably a scammer that's just trying to scam me, let's just say. So, they're trying to get me to contact them because they get caught with the scam filter, let's just say. So yeah, back to designing this. So, this is our existing setup. Right now it's running off of gasoline, and unless I've got enough molten glass, which I don't, the answer is I don't have enough processing of glassworks. So let's figure out how many I need actually for glass. Oh, so there's quartz processing. Do I want to actually process my quartz? Let's get processing to the list here. I'll get down here and look at quartz. There we go. So I can crush the quartz to get 5 quartz becomes 1 crushed quartz. So that's going to take crush the belt down, and then that makes molten glass. So I don't need anything special to add to the bus. I just have to decide if I want to do that recipe. It would generate more stone, which is actually potentially a problem. But let's go ahead and get molten glass going. We'll say 300 units for the moment. And then I want to duplicate 2 molten glass here. So one will do the old recipe, which is just... Oh, interesting. So I've got quartz. I got quartz plus sand, and I have crushed quartz. So there's actually 3 different recipes that we could have going on here. So we'll actually duplicate them again so we can do a comparison between the 3. So the initial recipe, which is probably not the one I want to use. So we're making 15 a second. So I should downrate this to adjust for that. So 30 would be 18. So what, that makes that 25? Yeah, so I can run 25 off my glass if I use that recipe. It's more than 30 by 25%, so it's actually 37.5? Yeah. So okay, that's another recipe we could do. That's definitely a better recipe. So we're going from 25 to 35. So that makes sense to do. The question is, does it make sense to crush it instead of adding sand? Sand's relatively cheap, it's just water go in. Oh, I actually get some crushed quartz. Tiny amounts. but from processing sand. Interesting. Not how we're making it here, at least. So quartz. And I need to do that one down. The proper amount. So we'll do 45 for the 45. Okay. And that's not too much stone as a byproduct. So we go from 25 to 37.5 to 45. So yeah, I think we want to crush it. Because that produces the most glass, and we need glass. So I'll need some space to put my crushers in. How many crushers was that? Only 3, so not a lot of crushers. I suppose people watching on YouTube, we're streaming this live. If you're watching the unedited version on YouTube, streaming this live to Twitch. I haven't set up a way that the Twitch chat shows up in the video, so you're not seeing the Twitch chat. And then I don't even think Twitch chat's seeing this Twitch chat, which is why I'm sort of blasé saying, yeah, if you want to friend me on Discord, you gotta friend me on Discord, and not gotta friend people on Discord, because this is coming up and monitoring as a possible band evader, which rings the scam alarm bells to me. So if they actually want to befriend me on Discord, again, my Discord handle is not some mystical hidden thing. It is literally the YouTube channel name. I don't know if that's actually how you get in contact with me on Discord. I have not befriended people on Discord for half a decade at this point. So trying to get me to befriend people is not going to work. But if you want to befriend me, I provided you all the information that I know of how to get to befriend me, so... Again, I also have basic scam filtering turned on, so... if they can't get past the basic scam filtering for me to even notice that they're trying to befriend me, they're presumably a scammer. And I don't even think they're going to even attempt. I think it's just they've dropped in chat, they're fishing, doing the old fishing, and they're not all that really interested in doing what they say they want to do. And I'm not even that interested in doing what they say they want to do. Because they're like, oh, let's play together tomorrow. I stream solo player games, mostly. I already got what I'm playing tomorrow scheduled. And it's a single player game. Like, no. It takes more effort than that to take me off platform, let's say. Yep, we got a first time chat thing. That one's gonna get banned from someone trying to sell me views. Yeah, that's not a useful chat message. That one probably showed up in chat if you're watching this on Twitch. Okay, so we're gonna crush some quartz. The new recipe. There's the quartz crush, which is going to make 2 different types of output. I could filter on belt, but I'm not going to filter on belt. I'm going to filter off belt. Yeah, so we're going to have the crushed quartz come out middle, quartz will come in top, stone will come out bottom. Not exactly sure we're going to route stone right now. There's barely any stone coming off of this anyway. Granted, there's barely any crushed quartz coming off of this, so that's maybe not a big ask. Okay, there's a temporary way. Use filter, only grab the stone. this will be crushed quartz. I think these take in 2 inserters worth. Oh no, a lot more than 2. Ooh, do I have enough inserters on a single side? Probably would if they were electric, but I'm gonna cheap out and use the old mechanicals. 5 divided by 0.77. So I would need to get 7 per side. Okay, so I need to move those power poles. That's what I need to do. I can fit 7, but then the power pole needs to not be there. Which is real easy to do. There we go. Yeah, I adjust that up, and that is my crushed quartz. Now, gonna want a couple more splitters, presumably. I need to melt all of that. I only need 6 glass works. I got 20. I'm actually gonna do quite a few, to be fair. Because I think we're gonna do 1 for each of the liquid fuels. I'm gonna handle that. So we've got gas, gasoline. Refueling uses. I'm surprised the coal gas is backing up. The coal gas needs to go out to do fluid drills, so that's not good. Glass, pitch, anthracene, and oh, now that I'm actually shipping those off. Okay, maybe I have less of those than I think I did. Yeah, maybe I have more than those I was thinking. Maybe I just keep it all on gas for the moment. We'll keep it simple. We'll do 6 on gas. And then that means I can reroute these as soon as I've got that set up. I don't have a tank set up to run, to burn the excess gasoline, do I? For the pitch, anthracene, naphthalene. No, I don't have a gasoline line area set up yet. How big are these? They're not that bad. That happens to be the glass line itself. I'm presuming that we're only consuming like 3 crushed quartz. It's not going to take a lot of quartz. So that might work. Those are pass-through lines, yeah. And that's the crushed recipe. Anyway, on this recipe, it eats 2 every 4 seconds. Which is less, well, that is half a crushed quartz per second, so a single inserter is enough. So that's enough, that's enough. That's not the best place to record, but it'll work. There and there, okay. And then these don't need power, they just need... We'll leave that one plugged in as it is. That's my gasoline line. That's actually almost perfectly aligned for where I want it. Yep, so there's the gasoline going in, which definitely now means I don't want to be running this setup. Diversion time. Divert you over there, and then when this setup runs out, we can disassemble it. Hi guy, 606 is saying, I'm making stone bricks now from just dirt, water, fuel, and electricity. Good luck on the glass. Well, good luck on your stone brick production. I know there's lots of different ways to make stone bricks. And we just got crushed quartz at 90 hours and 5 minutes into the run. So that'll be a short highlight if you're watching this on YouTube. And yeah, I think as you're bringing up, you're making it from stone bricks from just dirt, water, fuel, electricity. You must be going through a whole lot more bricks than I am, because, or a whole lot more stone than I am, because I wouldn't imagine doing that, because I've got way too much stone and, as a side effect, way too many bricks. But you're probably using more than I am. You're probably using a lot more than I am. Oh, I never set the output up. That's not going to go anywhere as it is. Stone is more valuable later. Yeah, I can imagine. It depends on what you're doing with it, right, as well. If you're building a bunch of roads and stuff, you're like plastering your base with things, I can definitely imagine you can go through a lot of stone very quickly. Do you want to remove the creosote location? Yeah, let's just move the creosote location there. There's molten glass. Being produced a whole lot faster than it was. Yeah, this makes 10 every 5, that makes 30 every 4, so much better recipe. Stone is more valuable later, yes, it goes into the third science or something. Yeah, well, it also goes into the first science. You use stone brick in the first science. So if you're just smelting stone into brick, and you use enough of the first science, I can imagine that will use enough stone as well. That might even be what you're making the stone brick for. Or making the brick for. It's an alternative to the stone you were putting in the first recipe. So. Right now I need like 10 million landfall. Yeah, that's gonna eat a lot of stone. That's gonna eat a lot of stone. That should be eating my output. Why do I have a backup? Oh, I have a backup because it eats the stone, or eats the crushed quartz directly and efficiently. But I had it running before I had the output for it. That makes sense. Oof. It's running and we still don't have enough molten glass. Okay. And I think this is the same number of glassworks, so we've more than doubled the glass output. Okay. Twitch chat saying pesky water. Yeah, well, water where you don't want it is pesky. Water where you or no water where you don't want it is also pesky. So both problems can definitely happen. Yeah, so that's the right number of quartz come in, right number of quartz going out. So if I want more glass, and I do want more glass, we need to go find another quartz mine. Twitch chat says, give the glassworks some time. Maybe. I think, well, I probably need to give the base a little bit of time. To build me more quartz mines. Oops. Okay, so I've got one down there. I've got two over there. We got one up, or we got two up there. Probably go for you next. Let's go figure out if I even have enough mines. Got 3 in the inventory, and I need another 16 instead of another mine like this. It's definitely running constantly. So I can evaluate how much I'm actually consuming. That might be what I should do right now. So, what's consuming glass? We got Pack 1. We got this Pack 1 consuming 45 or 55 fluid of glass. I'm making 45. So that explains why we have a glass shortage. I'm using 55 and I only got 45. That's the mismatch. That alone is the mismatch. And then I have other things using glass, right? We've got simple circuits using glass. Another 12.5. Yeah, so I probably want a second one. So as much as Ty Guy says, give the glassworks some time, the glassworks is never going to catch up because we just did the math and proof that it is not enough. If everything is running at speed, it is not enough. Although that has significantly increased the throughput, so I probably need to increase the labs more than I need to increase the glass at the moment. This brick? Yeah, this is brick. Or this is concrete, I mean. Yeah, okay, so I've got the labs to the point where it is the labs being the weak link and not the production for it. I'm making enough to run run 30 science per minute, so we're just not running enough labs. Twitch chat says you've got this. Yeah, I've got a plan. It's can I make the plan? That's the plan. Okay, so the current techs all appear to be about 45-ish seconds. So that means I need how many labs? $22, 23 labs? That's a decent chunk. Twitch chats, or Tega and Twitch chat saying I made 40 labs or so, but at 60 science a minute I don't use half of them. Yeah, I could definitely see that maybe some of these techs aren't. There's going to be the odd tech where you're going to be running slower. Ones I'm at don't seem to be. And then the later ones get slower. Yeah, so this would what? This is 60 a second. I think it depends on the tech. Yeah, some of the techs get longer, so the later in the tech tree, the more labs you're going to need as well. So what's the work speed on these? Research speed is 1. At some point, we potentially get better labs, so I wouldn't be surprised. So what do we need to build another 20 labs? There we go. Okay, so labs are pretty easy. It's transport built plus small parts. Although it's the dreaded combo of small parts, which I know I don't have on the bus. So I have to actually hand make my labs. Okay. Of course, it's dreaded copper, so I can't do anything. Okay. Let me find some place to put these away. Put some of the surplus stuff away. Okay. So I got the number of glassworks. In fact, I got more glassworks than I need. I do have a number of crystal mines. Probably don't. Must be after the glassworks. Am I missing it? Let's walk past it a couple times. There it is. Okay, so we don't have enough. I need at least 16 to make the throughput I want. So there's rubber done. Did rubber add any buildings I want? No, it added better recipes. So that's an argument. We'd get some rubber going. Here's some recipes. Latex carbon black polybutadiene. Not gonna sort that out right now. But yeah, no new buildings, just new recipes. Behind it is laboratory equipment. It's also like new recipes, no new buildings. Featured chamber upgrade. Sure, we'll get that research. I'm not going to sort the turret out right now. We'll get that out of the queue. Okay, let's grab some copper. There we go. Enough labs. If you get faster caravans, best to do it earlier. That makes sense. Although, I suppose in Pyanodons, early is a relative term. We've got how many different science packs in here? So, if we're going to do any of the turrets, probably it's best to do them before we get too invested in using the non-turret version, right? That's always a good way to describe that. We're looking at least 7 science packs, I'm guessing. Oh, that's pad count. Yeah, it looks like at least 7 science packs to do Rocket Silo to win the game. Oh, it looks like there's even a set of science behind that. Oof. Ultimate next powered accumulators. Yeah, let's not look that deep in the dictionary. I have about 150 unupped caravans, not a priority to up them. Yeah. Well, let's see if I can get my wood deposit in some containers. Are you full? Yes. Full, yes. I have enough. Although I don't have the mod to put things in start in the queue. Or remember the hotkey if there's a hotkey for it. Reptid998 says rabbit noises. Not exactly sure what he's referring to, but I've got apparently a hungry caravan. Caravan out of food. What did the caravan screw up that he's out of food? You're hungry. Yes, I recognize that. You, if you're set up right, are supposed to go grab the food from the place next to you. Give you 1 brain. Set that so they can interpret those things. That hopefully works. Guy66 says, my slaughterhouse setup is a mess, backing up on fish. Oh, I haven't even got to fish. I need to get to fish. That's one way to sort of improve the power grid, I suppose, would be to add fish. I can do fish turbines. This is a pretty generic slaughterhouse setup, which means it's massive. There's no fancy food in this setup. No, we're just giving them water and cocoons. And they're up to 998 as I do need to properly automate fish. Yeah. Things for the future. First I am sorting out the glass. Gonna get this place running hopefully at full speed. Which again, it's still being limited by glass. Then I'm gonna start to upgrade some of the old setups. I'm still running places that are running the first generation iron smelting, and I think I've only got one place that's running the second generation, but I should really get onto good old molten iron for everything really going forward. Which is going to be a big upgrade. Okay, that should last me for a good long time. Let there be research. So if the setup is capable of running at full speed, we should be able to get 30 science per minute out of this. Going faster and faster. Although it's showing some signs that we probably won't be able to maintain full 30 science per second, but and we might, for a short burst here, actually hit the top speed of 30 science per minute. There we go. So the setup's also scaled to do 30, so the labs won't do any more than 30. So it's backing up on science. That's the lab's not running at full speed. Yeah, that seems to be working, so I'll get us through a few techs pretty quickly here. Electronic energy distribution. You might want to set up composting. Oh, actually, I should go for heavy armor earlier so I can get the inventory size bonus. Let's get that in the queue for the inventory size bonus. And then let's go do the build review on the new glass smelter. Oh, that's a good question. My factory planner take account for mining productivity? I don't know. I guess we'll have to finish mining productivity here to get an idea. Don't have to remember. It is. Because we're about to get 10% mining productivity. I think that's 10%. Yeah, 10%. Okay, so future editor me does a good job at splicing in this edit. We're going to do a quick build review of the improved quartz to molten glass mine we've got going here. So, worked out to fill up an entire belt of quartz. I need about 16 miners, quartz mines. Actually, technically it's 15 before you try to do any balancing. We slightly overbuilt here to fill the belt up. But this just sort of future-proofs it. So as the back end here runs out, we'll sort of work top to bottom through the mine here. This gets belted over to a bunch of crushers. So to eat the entire belt, we just need 3 crushers to crush the quartz. And then the crushed product, if it's not backed up and something has screwed up and backed it up, okay, I'll have to resolve that in a moment. If it's not backed up with stone, it flows up in here into the glassworks, which provides all the molten glass I need to do science, which may come to a grinding halt because the stone's backed up. I'll have to do a better outflow solution for the stone here in a moment. But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube highlights, that's the molten glass setup. I think it's multiple times faster than the old one. The old recipe put out 25 for the same amount of quartz going into it. The new recipe outputs 45 if I can deal with the stone, which is what we're going to go do with now. Anyway, if you're watching on Twitch, that's probably where that highlight's going to end, and I'm going to go ahead and figure out what I'm doing with the stone here, because apparently 1.5 stone a second is actually a lot of stone, apparently. So I'm going to get it to the stone belt and hope that the stone belt's actually moving. Okay, let's sort out the belt here. Oh, and I can, at this point, I've got the first one done, so check out the factory planner. Did it correct automatically? No, is there a way I can make it do that? Because I now have productivity, so this now outputs... Oh, I had to did I have to reset it to make that work? Does that affect you? Yes, it does affect you. Okay. Which then just got updated again, so let's do a refresh here. Oh, that's what the refresh. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't automatically update in the recipe. I need to go manually do the reset. Can be a little bit tedious, but okay. Composting done. So I think composting added a new building. Can find it quickly. There's composting. Yeah, added the compost plant. So let's add to the to-do list. Add bus compost plant. Up next is Boner Assembler Mark II, but more importantly, Automated Factory Mark I. Which, because I'm not using things like chutes and such, the big advantage this has is it's bigger. So it's half the speed, but it's a physically bigger building, giving you more space to put inserters to toss things into it. That's definitely a good option. And then behind that we have trains and railways, which is probably, I probably want to get rails going, unless there's an alternative recipe for rails. Even long before we put any trains on the rails. Signals. Pull the turret up. Turret out of the way. There definitely is a second recipe for rails, because there's a second recipe for rails, yeah. There we go. That should make sure that some of the stone from that setup down south we're working on the molten glass is actually getting consumed. Okay, and now that we've unjammed the stone, technically that's always going to run because we consume and produce at perfect rates. Unless it backs up somewhere, it's never going to show as it backed up. Let's empty that buffer chest. In the future, we have it empty for if we want to use it. Then we can look at the new turd. If I can remember where the turds are. The turds are over here, aren't they? Yes. Turd. Creature chamber upgrade. So that's presented us with 3 changes. So I can do planetary adaptation. Cellular blueprints for worker creatures such as caravans and Digosaurs are not native to this galaxy. This forces the designs of these creatures to be generalized for functions in all environments. Use additional DNA samples when constructing these creatures in order to make them more efficient. Speed and health increased by 35%. The more complex biological construction process will take significantly longer. Digosauruses. Get a recipe change. Should look like they're just... in that case, just more time. Makes them take more time. Make something that's 35% faster. ThingCat. Again, looks like it's the same recipe, it's just slower. The research, but you get a faster animal. Quick glance, the same recipe, again, as I said. Faster probably matters for the caravans, because you need to get them moving places, but it's like the same recipe again, it's slower to do the thing. When there happens to be a recipe to convert the old into the new. Okay. So if you've got the old ones, you want them to be new ones, you can upgrade them. So, planetary adaptation, we got neural fusion. Redesign the creature chamber for the Thurian brain cell matrix to be used as a standard procedure in neural and brain maturing and organization, speeding up the longest of embryo phases. So I'll have to be making a Thurian codex. Presumably go in each of these. That makes the recipes a little bit more complicated, but makes the product a little better, if I were to guess. Although it does look like that you keep the old ones keep working the way they were. And then add the neural fusion mod, which is energy consumption up, speed up. And you have knowledge transfer, which is speed down, energy consumption up. But makes them far cheaper in terms of generic Earth DNA to make new. Far cheaper in terms of DNA. Use the data to open source scientific dance with other researchers in the home galaxy. The alien data is revised by the community and returned with high fidelity. Due to extra operational equipment, engine costs increased dramatically. Yeah, so looks like this is mostly going to be making the input a little bit cheaper because you're shortening the DNA requirements. Not sure which one of those I'm going to go with. I'll think about it. Maybe a little partial to less DNA. Yeah, maybe a little partial to less DNA. We did finish a tech, which was the Assembly 2. So at some point I probably will want to put bus automated factory. We're rolling through technology at this point. Okay, research the stuff that simplifies the meeting text to be researched a bit. And then obviously on the bus, we're going to want to maybe not bust the locomotives and cargo wagons, but definitely bust the rails. Let's see if I've made enough, not glassworks, I got enough glassworks, but made enough crystal mines for the next crystal mine. I suppose technically I need less crystal mines now, right? We need, get a belt full, I need 12. Well, round up, keep it even, so I want 14. So instead of 16, it's 14, which is definitely cheaper. Technology, trains, and railway. The price changes on signals versus the base game. Okay, it's just some circuit boards. Yeah, that could probably get handcrafted. Probably doesn't need to go on the bus. Although I do need to research it. Or though, probably does want to go on the bus when we start to do bots. So the bots can grab it. Although that'll be the bot mall at that point. It's far along. There it is. 8. Okay, yeah, so that's not going to be enough. That quartz probably wants landfill to do, so we're not going to do that one. Do I go for you? I think we worked out we're going to use that one. Yeah, that doesn't seem too bad. I'll have to plumb the gas out and around. That doesn't sound too bad. Run a proverbial road out to it first. It'll be fluid out, fluid in. So I'll have to run a double pipeline out there. Although I could just run an electrical out there and run a belt back. Oh, that's a good question. Which is cheaper per tile? 2 underground pipes or double or single belt? Probably a single belt. So you go 10. I think actually you cover 12 every 15 metal. And then you... So it's 3.5. So it's about 2 per tile. It's 15. There. Yeah, so it definitely would be cheaper to do belt than do pipe. Not by much. especially when you're comparing it. Well, probably cheaper than 2 pipelines, because you're gonna have to include some pumps in the pipelines. So yeah, probably run the quartz a long distance. Then. Automated rail transport sorted. Up next is fluid. You know, I didn't put Cybersyn in there, but I should probably just have it do Cybersyn real quick. Oh, Cybersyn has some other stuff that needs to unlock. Go through the circuit network for that. Never mind. So nothing I want to bust for you, nothing I want to bust from you. These are all recipes that I don't need to worry about, or all text that I don't need to worry about getting something that involves busing. Same there. Spore collector, that probably wants to go on the bus. Okay. And we're flying through text. We're going, apparently still going 30 science a second. It shouldn't be running that fast, based on my understanding of what's working in the base, but apparently I am wrong. Okay. I'm gonna go set most of this up, except for obviously the miners, which I don't have. Preparation for hopefully having the stuff to do the miners next time I come back. Splitter. Blue dragons have been researched. Have Heavy armor is next. Obviously, this is a bigger setup than I probably need. In fact, if I need enough quartz, I probably want to split it to be multiple lines, but at the moment we'll keep it simple. We'll have one belt worth coming back with us. That's all the belt I got for the mod, so we'll have to go get more belt. Which is fine. We need to go back to the mines if we're gonna really do that setup. Although in the meantime, I know I need to get more crystal mines being built. Which right now is probably being held up by something. So let's go check to see what it's being held up by. Probably small parts. And if it is small parts, I might get sidetracked on a different project in the meantime. It's not like our science is being impacted. We're supposed to only be doing 30 science per minute. We're doing more than we're doing that exactly somehow with insufficient feed. Although, what this is. This is supposed to consume 55 molten glass a second. Does it actually need that? Is maybe a different question. And presumably, if it's running right. Here's heavy armor. So I think that's going to be the first building that gets added to build queue. So we go flying through these techs. Most of it just unlocking a bunch of recipes. There we go. I was expecting it not to be able to run at 30 minutes per second, or 30 seconds per second without sorting the last problem. And there it goes, starting to slow down. Okay, you're being held up by a lack of belt. The belt is being held up by... Oh, I see what the cause is. That is a unfortunate cause. That should now flow better. It's not going to flow fast enough, but it'll flow better. The inserter that was supposed to hand to the inserter was not properly filtered to not take ash out of the machine. And had taken a single piece of ash, which jammed the entire setup up. Because that happens. Okay, now we're on to air core connectors being the source of the... although that's inserted. Okay, so we're at the problem. The problem is insertion, not... although it'll probably pretty quickly become small parts if I really hunker down. Okay. we'll give that a moment to catch up, and I'm going to start draining the OG stone setup. Or the... No, not the OG stone setup. The OG coal setup, so we can swap it over to electric mining drills. Here's OG coal. So I want to turn off just the inserters. Whitelist. Technology zinc processing is done. Okay. Inserters. Okay, so then I can do the deconstruct order on all the inserters. Like so. And that makes them all stop grabbing coal. I don't have enough space in the inventory. Because I got too much random junk. Okay, how do I want to deal with my random junk? Okay, got a chest over here. Then in theory, takes in logs. Stuff the chest full of logs. There we go. That helps in the inventory. Okay. While we're waiting for the system to drain out, I can grab all the grab inserters. I don't need those there. Burner complete. Burner tech complete. Oh, there's the pack for the next tech. Logistics science. Batteries, animal samples, poor alien sample, and solidified sarcoras. Okay. It, of course, has probably everything that goes into batteries in there. Here's battery. Which, of course, has the better recipe for simple circuit boards. Behind it. Including the better recipe for Varrox. I want to improve the side pack 1. It's technically a renewable power tech. We'll go and queue that up. We've got ash going somewhere that isn't being dealt with properly. We'll have to follow up on that. Yeah, so you're having an ash problem. I'm going to sort the source of the ash problem. Wondering where there will be aluminum is. The answer is it isn't going anywhere. Floor tile, stage 1, complete. Okay, and looking at checks, that is the end of a line. Although the other side forks into melanine. It's required for batteries. We're gonna work down the laboratory equipment side into... Oh no, we've been working down that side. Work down mycology. Sure, we'll grab mycology. Put that in the queue. Point. Okay, so where does this ash go and why isn't it going anywhere? Because it gets over here. It goes to a place that isn't going anywhere for whatever reason. Ash, ash, ash. Over there, over to there, over to there. There. Looks like the old ash sorter is kaput for some reason. Yep. Probably because storage is full. Yep, looks like the storage is full. Yeah, that wasn't what was jammed though, because it's this setup with the iron that is what was jammed. Okay. I presume we did find a better solution to that. Okay, that deals with the output, so the input gets consumed and gets the whole system running moving again. Okay. Okay, so now that I have all the grabbers turned off, come in and turn those back on to get the ash unloaded. Military 2 researched. Now, what do I need for the armor? Intermetallic latex slab, so stuff I'm not going to be able to quickly pick up. So we're not going to go running off to do that quickly. Okay, you run off to fuel you. Which I arguably don't need right now, but that's fine. Okay, so that coal hasn't completely worked its way out of the system. It's only worked its way that far out. Oh, I hadn't actually emptied. Oh, now I got a bunch of ash in my inventory. That's a shame. Okay. So let's not futz with that one, because that one still needs a little bit of time. Unload. Oh, this will end up with a bunch of ash in my inventory. Oops. Probably still have that one there because it hasn't unloaded because it hasn't run out of fuel yet. Do I just... Yeah, I probably just grab those ones because I don't... it's going to take forever to unload 800 ash. Oh, I should, before I get too carried away here, I should go grab some electric mines to, you know, replace what I'm taking offline. The old base might appreciate it. There's still a couple things I use in the old base that, you know, probably need to run. That are coal-fed. We're supposed to be upgrading it, not just deleting it from existence. Storage equipment is done. 5 mines. Okay, that's not gonna be enough. Why? Because I don't have enough. Small parts. It's always the small parts. Get back down there, see how the draining of the coal out of the old coal mine is going. So I can begin the transition over to electric mines. Whoops. Try to deal with the ash I got in my inventory. There we go. Interesting. We had a line that doesn't seem to be pulling much coal. I need to figure out where that goes and went. And I suppose this is going in the highlights video. Wasn't planning on having a random highlights here, but we've got 10K automation science packs made at 91 and 8 minutes. 91 hours and 8 minutes. So if you're watching the highlights video, I'm in the process of draining the OG coal mine to upgrade it to electric mines. So you probably won't see a build review of this when it's done, but it'll just be a mine. Taking a big sip of tea. Get back to try to clean the mine up. I'm gonna have to do a chest of things I definitely don't need. Moment. So for example, I don't actually need the miners in the inventory. Those can come out. Saves me a stack. Okay, so it is pulling coal, just pulling it really slow. That line is at least. Oops, no, I wanted that one in. Click and drag approach can get a little bit fiddly when you're trying to walk over belts as you're doing it. Okay, so why is that belt, specifically this one, real glacially slow? I think it is running, just running real slow. What do you fuel, and why does it not seem to want any fuel? Ah, that's why, because it goes literally nowhere. Literally no coal getting used off that line. Technology genetics stage 2 complete. Go barreling through the tech tree. So I should probably do bus. That type of plantation. Oops, not search. Add new. Bus. Media. Plantation. Oh, that's going to be the dead end for there, okay. And then it goes into melanine. Melanine unlocks a whole couple different things. In particular, unlocks a different recipe for fiberboard. Formica. Melanine resin plus fiberboard makes my formica, so that's an alternative way to get to formica. Although I think I'm more interested in batteries right away. Energy generation. Ooh, I think we're going to the energy generation line. Now that I see it. Electric boiler. Less important electric boiler. Salt mine's not super important. Oh, so salt mine is going to be important because we've got the non-renewables here. And behind the non-renewables is coal power, oil power, biomass power. Coal power plant. Good old coal into heat, except the coal inputs makes a bunch of heat, which can then be used to make some really nice steam. Okay, get rid of that coal. I'll send it into the burners. Boilers to make power. Get consumed productively. And then you're an ash disposal line that I broke at some point, apparently. Okay, we'll fix that. Okay, copper is flowing. Copper is flowing. Get the extra coal to go away. Okay, so that is that line handled. For now. We'll continue cleaning up the coal mine, and then I'm gonna have to probably rerun most of the coal to make sure it's working properly. Oh, I've got some coal in my coal pile there. Kind of in mind. Okay, so that's fueling that setup. Which, now that we sorted, the ash is slowly starting back up again. So that will need to be fueled going forward, at least until I swap it over to electric drills a long time from now. First, we're doing electrifying coal, then we're going to electrify probably the iron. Although I'll probably take a moment to go sort the glass out proper. Because, yeah, what are we doing? We're pulling 90 in a second, yeah, so that's probably the lack of molten glass. And I suppose if I was really desperate to get some more native flora here, we got 3.9k still sitting here in the old base. I'm not that worried about that. Oh, and actually, go to raw coal and refresh you. And we're down to, in theory, I only need 3.1 something machines. We're gonna run 4, obviously, for full belt. Some of these are technically half belts. I got ways I can work with half belts though, so we split a full belt in half, and then send half down, one half of the other belt, sort of thing. I'm working with a half belt. Okay. The plantations. Next is Oggs. Oggs are going to need Og paddock. That's another recipe for rendering them. But the bus for the to-do list, it is bus og paddock. Probably spelled paddock wrong. Okay, so that needs to be adjusted. Although I think I might want to make that a full belt in the future. Where is this going? Where did I need coal over here that I'm not giving coal into anymore? It's obviously still eating. Ah, the old copper mine took coal. Yes, the old copper mine took coal. Okay, so I'd probably still, at least until we electrify that, want that to be coal-powered. Just put the belt back right where it came from. Okay, so I need that to be a half belt. And I forget which side of the belt it was supposed to be on. Floppy phone. Let me go check. All my old belts were chiral. And it's probably the same as all the old ones. I just don't remember what the old ones were. One side is ash, one is top is coal. Okay. Makes it easy to sort. I want to half belt that, put the top into... put half of it into the top there. So we do something like that. And I can do that. That will work. Okay. Here we go. So that's a coal line. That still definitely needs to be fed. That's a coal, and that definitely needs to be fed. Although that one might want to get swapped to a full belt instead of a half belt. and then I run half into the lead setup, half into the titanium setup. So then I don't have to change the lead in the titanium setup, I just need to change the feed to properly split it. Yeah, so I'm saying that's a belt. So I need 1, 2 belts based on what I can see here. I surprisingly need not that much coal. So I can follow them out to check. So I know that one needs to be kept. This empty line is empty, so it probably should be kept. Because it probably means it's feeding something. Because it's feeding something that is hungry, at least. Although this might be the old boiler setup. I could definitely take the old boiler set offline. I don't need it anymore. Yeah, this is the old boiler setup. Which does serve a purpose. Although it would serve that purpose without it being my my coal setup. Without a coal line going to, which is just burns the coal dust made from the ash sorting. The old ash sorting. Yeah, okay. So I can fully pull that line up if I want, so I'll pull that line up. If anything, I should probably push most of the old ash sorting into the new ash sorter, because it has higher capacity and is set up to handle the byproducts, unlike the old one, which obviously is not, because it jams frequently when I'm not looking. Okay, where does this one go? Ah, you're the nickel setup. Okay, so you both probably do want a half a belt of coal each. Downward probably wants a belt. You're obviously taking a half belt. I can redirect the other half into the boilers here. Let's do that to not waste it. That's easy to do. Got a half, and a full. I think I want to use. Although it is tempting. Yeah, I think I will engage in that temptation. Which is to, now that we've got most of these belts cleaned up, to push everything north, or not run any belts up here. So I can use the whole mining area. Probably isn't adding that much, but it adds a non-zero amount, so... Okay. Obviously I need to go get more fluid mining drills. When don't I need more fluid mining drills? Although the reason I need more fluid mining drills is because the setup is... I wasn't carrying any, right? Yeah, that's what's going on there. Trying to get the, there's a backlog in the ash here. Although I suppose if that's what's holding us up, and that is what's holding us up, I should just grab ash and manually deposit in with the destination. There we go. Oops. Wrong way around. Go grab some of my inserters, put them in a box up here. Because assembling everything was giving me a bunch of stuff. Pipe. Connect. Connect. Let's do the same with the ash over here, I think, to be productive. Okay, got a bunch of ash to deposit. Let's go do that. Okay, 10,000 ash sorted. Well, 10,000 ash assigned for sorting. It'll take a little while to sort, but it'll at least be automated, so I can forget about it for the moment. Okay, got a little bit of ash being moved that I need to sort. Okay, I think that's enough that I can just grab this, link it over there, put the copy pasted one in. Let's start pasting. Oops. It's not what I wanted to pick up, game. I wanted to pick up the underground belt, not delete the blueprint. The blueprint was fine where it was. Okay, so we're continuing the orientation and everything. That's what we do. Domestication stage 1 complete. Okay, so then I need a belt of coal to feed that. I'm gonna shimmy that to the right. I'll be a little low. On the left side. You know what, we'll run it anyway. Come back and fix it later. No, a little low on the left, I mean. Okay, so I should get that running, or get that fueled again. Anyway, we are apparently using coal over there, just not as much as it. Not very fast, by the looks of it. Okay, sorted you. And then I only have one real coal line to sort. Otherwise, everything else is apparently dealt with just that. The old base doesn't use very much coal, apparently. We got a lot of coal here, so we might want to add more consumption, I suppose, in the future. This would be a decent place for another source of power. Okay, so we got coal coming down that line. Previously, it was a split line, so I need to get to where the line sort of splits into things and split it there. Because it was previously split between ash and coal, and now it is a pure coal line. Here's where it splits off. I believe... Yeah, bottom is ash. Bottom is ash. So we want it to split. Half go on top. Like that. That works out. And I want to run down to the other one. Do the same. Once again, left is ash. I actually got the coal coming in from the left. Makes that a little bit more complicated. They're doing the wrong side. Meant to do that. That works. Here we go. So that should work. Og paddocks is done. Domestication is done, which is the 5 Fun Bay and the Og power generator. Not sure how much power I'm going to get from Ogs. I think I'm going to stick to the old coal burning, but we've got that if we need to. I'll follow up on busing that if we decide we're going that route. Into energy generation, which is why we need salt. No. Salt mine. Molten salt. Basic oxygen furnace, and use the molten salt. Well, you presumably have to heat the molten salt up, right? And then we're going to go into non-renewables. Probably first into coal power. Coal power Mark 1. Which allows me to heat the molten salt to hot salt. And then use the hot salt to make pressurized steam. Which in the previous recipe, pressurized steam plus pressurized water equals lower temperature pressurized steam. Lower temperature pressurized steam can presumably be converted down into something else. Oh, you only make the 1,000 anyway. And you 1,000? Where do I spend the 1,000? Because obviously that's more than our current power plants can consume. High pressure steam turbine. You take 1,000. Okay, that works. There's no recipe for it. It's simpler than that. Ripted998 saying the coal power plant is fantastic, highly recommend. Yes, that is why I look when I saw that in the tech trades, like, oh yeah, that's when I was like here and I saw the energy generation. I was like, energy generation, power plants. Yeah, we're going that way. We're going that way. We got to again. This is going to slowly happen in the background, even as I do other things. We're going to research down here, and then I suppose I got to do the transference on power grid. Which means I probably need to improve. I think that probably takes intermetallics. I'm going to have to improve my intermetallic setup to make it in a reasonable timescale. And yeah, I think that's all the ash, or all the coal I need coming out of the old base. For the moment. Gotta get 6 more mines, 5 more fluid mines to get the new mine up, or the improved mine upgraded. Over here. That's an easy thing to go do. I'll go grab the crystal stuff while I'm at it. Oh, let me get rid of the coal. I don't have enough inventory space to pick all this up. Okay, that's most of the useful stuff. Leave the rest here. So we're gonna go see if I got 16... Well, I suppose I don't need 16. What, I need like 14 now? Say 14. See if we got 14 crystal mines. I'll take 20 if the thing's full, but we'll go grab those and we'll start belting the quartz back. Because I think that's going to be better than piping fuel out only to pipe the molten glass back. So we're going to bring the quartz back to base on a belt. And then I've got the glassworks ready to smelt it into stuff. Yeah, we got 20. Okay, I'll take the whole 20. And I got enough jar crushers. Okay, so we can go out and we can get the glass scaled up. I only need to double the output, I think, to get closer to what I want. I'm currently getting 21 sciences a minute. Let's see if that's due to... what's the bottleneck on that? I think that's probably glass. It might be CO2. CO2. Okay. So it's not actually... Well... It's almost also glass as well. It wouldn't take much to fix the CO2 problem and make it the glass problem. Although that does tell me it is the CO2 problem. Let's fix the CO2 problem first. So for that, that's going to be right now... coke. Yeah, so let's go grab like 10 high pressure furnace Mark 1s. Use that to convert coke to CO2. Okay, I'm going to change how this is running. I'm going to use the same logic, but I'm going to sort of... Well, I say change. We're going to put a splitter. Enable, disable. I'm going to use the same enable, disable command as you have. So CO2. CO2. Melamine is done. Okay, we're on to batteries next. Enabled fill. So you're enabled because we don't have enough CO2. That makes sense. That means you'll be enabled, which means I'm going to take you up here, and you're going to be the feed for 10 high pressure furnaces. And the reason I'm putting a limit on how much is being when it stops is so that we don't dispose of too much, because I have an overflow pipe here. So if it's basically below 50%, make more CO2. Above 50%, stop making the CO2 so the CO2 doesn't overflow. Because this is not the only recipe that makes CO2, but this is the only recipe that makes CO2 does not make it as a byproduct of something else. So, if I have enough CO2 to be overflowing, I want this to be the thing that shuts off. That's less than half a second, so a single inserter should be enough. There we go. That should help the CO2, which is currently empty, so we'll see how much that makes. How much does the SciPack 1 currently make? Because I think we had enough before SciPack 1. The question is, do I have enough after SciPack 1? That makes... or that consumes 33, and the setup we just ran... it probably makes more than 33. Okay, so that is probably making... oh. Another problem. You know, it doesn't work. You don't plumb it. You need to plumb it. There we go. That should maybe be enough. Yeah. CO2 levels are rising. Maybe. Maybe we're gonna... I'm gonna say that that's enough. Looks like that's enough. We're reliably staying above 0. I'm looking at it. We maybe have Schrodinger CO2 here, where when you're looking at it, you have it. When you're not looking at it, it's not there. But if I fix the problem becomes glass. We already know that. So let's go fix the glass problem, just in case we have fixed the problem and it's now glass that's the problem. Anyway, we get to coal power. Do you want to do any of the non-renewable ones besides coal power? So you only consume kerosene. Well, that's not good. I don't make kerosene, so let's not pop with that one right away. Coal's definitely good, less so about the kerosene burning one. Then we have renewables. Keep renewables up. Tidal power, biomass power. Biomass power is probably a potentially useful one as well. And then horizontal axis wind turbine. Vertical axis wind turbine. I wonder how that combines with the fish turbines. Fish turbines are probably cheaper. They're probably going to do a new biomass, because that'll at least be a decent burn waste pile for unused biomass, as I can burn it for power. Chat saying, oil power plant is nice to consume the kerosene you get from heavy oil, you get from shale oil. Yeah, I'm looking at it and it's like, if I'm using kerosene, that's probably a good power plant, but right now I don't make any kerosene. I just use the heavy oil as heavy oil to, well, at this point actually I think to work some glass plants. That's what it gets used for. It's my liquid, one of my liquid fuel sources. So I don't have a good surplus level of, let's say, kerosene to make the kerosene concept work. But yeah, if you've definitely gotten kerosene, it's definitely better than trying to burn it by turn it into steam by the previous recipe. Higher temperature steam is more efficient to use as higher temperature steam. Why are you jammed? What jammed you today? Okay. Easy on jam. The iron backed up and jammed the flow there. And Reptid 998 says I process my shale into aromatics, heavy oil, and gasoline because I know I need more of gasoline and aromatics. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm doing because it makes light oil, heavy oil, and condensates. I'm burning the condensates to fuel things that need liquid fuel, and I'm burning the heavy oil to fuel things that need liquid fuel. Then the light oil is becoming aromatics and gasoline. And I still don't think I have enough of the aromatics, but that's a different problem. Technology battery stage 1 complete. Yeah, I think heavy oil, one of the few things you can turn heavy oil into is kerosene, so if you're making kerosene as a way to productively use your heavy oil, then for all means, that's not a terrible usage of it. Okay, how do I want to spaghetti this through here? inappropriate time for sneeze. So I had to mute the mic there to not have you all hear the sneeze. Oop, I've destroyed a critical power line, or critical fuel line. I'll have to sort that quickly. Some gas line went through the middle here. This isn't obviously going to run right away because I don't actually have anything coming down the belt. Spoilers, we didn't actually put the crystal mines in. You can see they're in my inventory. Let's do it down this side. Got more space over this side. We're still maintaining like 20 signs a minute. So it's either still a CO2 problem, or it's a glass problem, or it's some other problem I haven't diagnosed yet. Should technically, if everything is running at speed, do 30. Although 20 is a grand improvement over what it was doing, so I'm not going to complain too much. There we go. So, now I just need to get the quartz going that way. I can get some of the quartz out of my inventory for getting it crushed. In the crusher you go. Now the moment of truth. Do I have enough power poles? From there to here. Maybe. Machine component, stage 1. And I don't. We run out just as we get there, and I have to make a few more. Although, all things considered, that's probably about the best result. Just as we get there is an appropriate bit to run out. We got the materials to handcraft them on hand. Okay. So I got 20 here, so we're going to put... I was going to say put 5 on each line, but I can only get 3 on that one. We'll put 5 on the other ones. And then add 2 extra to a couple lines. Probably the middle ones. In theory, to fill that belt up, I only need 13. Because of balancing, I probably need 14. We got 20, so that should be enough to fill that belt. Unequivocally. Biomass power sorted. Cooling tower. Steam back into water. So one of my recipes up here make steam as a byproduct. Say the power plant tech. No, you just consume it. There's no byproduct production of steam. Although we've got that recipe, so there's definitely situations in the base where using the heat exchanger here will improve the efficiency because I have a use for steam as steam, but not necessarily caring about the temperature. Moss farm turd. Let's grab that and we'll evaluate that when we get it. Construction bots, electrical energy accumulators, fertilizer. Which, at that point, only makes fertilizer. Don't have a use for that by itself. Okay. Okay, let's go up and evaluate. Well, actually, that hasn't kicked in yet, so we need to give that a little bit of time to kick in before I can evaluate whether let's fix the problem. Obviously, it not having kicked in hasn't fixed the problem, so we've got 20 cents a minute. It should be good. So what's the next thing I want to be working on? I think the next thing I want to be working on is... Oh, there's an archive. Archive? Yeah, we archive you, we archive you, and... So where can I see? Okay, so I got that as an archive. Okay, so I can archive things I'm just not interested in. So archive you. Hold on to you for a moment. You're definitely... In fact, you're full on deletable. Let's just delete you. Archive you. Archive you. I think I delete you. Delete you. Lead plate, zinc plate, formaldehyde I want to keep out. Just delete you. This is probably one where we can hit the refresh. Yeah, so don't need as many floral collectors anymore. Instead of 16, we need like 14. So we're going to do a duplicate of this. Bump a couple off while we're thinking about it. Yeah, we can archive you. Thinking about you at the moment. You can be fully deleted. You can be fully deleted. Drag? No, click and drag. This would be a convenient situation to have click and drag. Okay, I know how to do this. There's a shift left click to move the bottom. Oops. Alright, so just move the thing I wanted the bottom to the bottom. Okay, click on you. Here we go. So, and then I want to go through and sort of reevaluate this recipe. So we want to do a different recipe. We want to do the molten one. So obviously that is no longer up for grabs. You know, we'll just work back from scratch. This way I can sort of compare the input to mines. And when I suppose I don't have hot air right now, I'll have to do some hot air. Hot air is coming from hot bricks, coke oven gas. So only got one recipe of. So I can evaluate what the difficulty is going to be. So we had like... This is obviously the old standard. In fact, I should swap this probably back to the electric one at this point. There we go, so it's... So 150 things. Also want you to be the electric one. Comparison a little bit easier. 90, so 150, 90, and 1 casting unit. Already showing us the sort of improvements the casting unit can do. So molten comes from that recipe, which comes from that recipe. Versus hot air. Yeah, so to get a full belt of iron ore, it doesn't become less than a belt, or full belt of iron plate. It doesn't become less than a belt of iron ore until I am on the hot air recipe. The question then is, the iron plate recipe appropriate to do? Oh, that's another producer. Coke. Convert coal to coke. Okay. Is that the only way I can make the coal gas right now? Yes. That would save me oxygen. Compressed air is basically nothing, and that's easy to make. It'd save me syngas. It'd save me creosote. The only thing it's really costing me is more coal, which is not a particularly conservative resource. The resources need to be conservative. So yeah, probably do want to transition over to this setup. 15, gotta deal with some byproduct stone. Getting this one actually reduces the byproduct stone, so that's good to see, and that reduces it even further. Okay, yeah, I think we want to move on to molten glass with the better recipe here. There we are with Energy Generation 1. At some point, we'll probably want on the bus the high-pressure steam turbine and the heat exchangers. Oh, I'm gonna need to put regen on that, otherwise it's gonna get very confusing, because apparently there's 2 generative. Okay. For this build out, got you on the bus. Generative heat exchange. Wait. No, that's the heat exchanger, not to be confused with the regenerative one, which is the one I need. Okay. So I've got my list out of order here. Except this is out of order for the moment. There's a regenerative one and a not regenerative one, and the regenerative one is the one I actually need first. I could add that to the bus. That wouldn't be too hard to add to the bus. And I maybe don't need very many of them. It's 3 to 1 right now for the ratio for my hot air. Yes, this setup basically will take 2 stacks of coal, 1 to run the basic oxygen furnaces, and 1 to do the high pressure furnace. And then a whole lot of inserters to unload the casting unit at the destination. Yeah. Do I just handcraft enough to do the first iron setup? Because it's that, and right now I'd have to handcraft you, I'd have to handcraft you, and I have to handcraft you. Casting units, I think, is the really expensive one. Yeah, Unedited metallics. So that's definitely not prepared to be on the bus yet. Although I probably have 8 intermetallics sitting around. Yeah, got 14. So I can make 1 casting unit. That wouldn't be too terrible. Gonna grab some steel and some aluminum. Okay, we grab the aluminum. Need to grab some steel. More steel than that. Okay. 1 casting unit under construction. Eight basic oxygen furnaces. Looks like it's the steel that's going to be holed up there. So that's 5. And then I'm short stone, apparently. 6. Iron. 7, 8. Okay. And then 3 regenerative heat exchangers. Which is now stone. Brick. Okay, so that's everything I think I need to handcraft. I might technically need to handcraft the electric mine drills, although I have some in the inventory. Never mind. Oh, and the electric mining... I don't need to do the electric mining drills because that's going to come from the mine. We're going to convert one of the existing mines to this. So then I just need the other things. So we got you, dun. So I need 7 jar crushers. I currently have 4, so I need 3 more. Let's find my jar crushers. High pressure furnace. There's 3 of those? 3 of those. 5 washers. Five crystal mines. For the borax. 1 gasifier. In theory, I've already got that set up. Yeah, in theory, I've already got that set up, so I'll probably pull from the existing gasifier. So. Now we're thinking we got check, 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 check. As far as the inventory is concerned, or other sources are concerned. And then I have a tar processing unit in my inventory for something else. Okay. Oh, and I need to sort of oxygen. That's going to be a pretty big ask. Either muddy sludge or water electrolysis. I think muddy sludge is not the way we want to go. You're 10 every 3 versus 100 every 10. Yeah, 100 every 10 is faster. So that's the way we go. And it's 12 electrolyzers. Oof, that's going to be the big item. That's the big ask. And to be fair, this is less than the other one. The other one would have been more. So yeah, 12. 12 electrolyzers. Need at least 60 circuits. Where's it going to be a place to grab circuits? It's not too bad of a place. I should go up to like 100 and call that good. It's implying iron. And aluminum. As far as my inventory is going to let me go. It's enough for the inventory to work a little bit better. We're getting the handcraft queue going. Haven't I handcraft electrolyzer before? Oh, the recipe's defaulting to the new new recipe for steam engines, I think. So I think that's rubber. Rubber goes into one of the components in steam engine. I think it goes into the engine, is what it's trying to do. And jump to the new recipe. Of course, the workaround to that is just grab the engine. That is, in fact, the limiting factor. Oh, no, it's doing it for the small parts. Labs, then? Labs don't require anything weird. Built a bunch of those. Oh, it wants the transport belts. It wants the transport belts that I put away. Okay, 1, 2. 3. Need more aluminum. Five more. It still wants more aluminum. Got 3, got 6 queued. It wants more copper at this point. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's all Iron 3 need, although at that point I've run out of tar processing units, so I'll need to go grab a tar processing unit. Non-renewables, stage 1 complete. Oh, which I already put in the bus setup. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I should add salt mine. Here we go. Okay. You know, this, I think, because we've got a pretty decent length queue here, I think it's time for me to go get a new cup of tea. My tea is cold and about to disappear. We're going to let that crafting finish, and then I'm going to go improve our first iron setup so it makes an entire belt of iron instead of... I think less than a half a belt is the one I'm actually going to upgrade first. So, significant iron improvement. Significant reduction in the amount of stone it makes as well, which will be nice. Actually, I'm not even sure that one makes stone right now. So it might be an upgrade in the amount of stone it makes, but... yeah. And then you can sit here and watch the, watch the queue go and watch the science. Yeah, we're making 20 science a second, although maybe some indications that it's not... The bit that's broken is not the bit I'm thinking. It might actually be something to do with the automation science packs. Not the sci packs, in hindsight. I'll check on that when I get back with the team. Hello, Hoffman. I'm just back with tea. And of course, I'm one inventory space short of actually finishing the queue, huh? There we go. So what's the holdup down here? You're running, except for you because you're not getting enough dirt. Because I'm not getting enough water. Well, that's a new problem. Okay, so I'm using a pump here. Pump water down. So let's add a second pump in to increase throughput. That alone probably isn't enough. Another pump being crafted. Going up to check to see if I need a second pump. No, I probably need an offshore. Yeah, so no pump in this section. So I must have been hitting a full 12k of water. Do I need another one? This is a pump push. Okay, so I don't need a secondary pump because I've got more than enough coming through a single pump. I may need another offshore. Just to get the fluid volume up. Another one? We're definitely gaining water at this point. Yeah, there we go. Toss an extra one just to buffer the system just a little bit more. I think this is the first time in Factorio I've needed more than one offshore pump per given water system, so that was not a problem I was expecting. I did not realize we were drinking quite that much water. Okay, worked out I don't need the second one here. I only need one pump. Get working, rock gut into solidified U, and then I have, in theory, everything I need for the Logistic Science Pack. Okay, so now soil's running at speed. which affects the muddy sludge, although I don't think we were behind on trees. That wasn't the issue. Okay, we've now hit the point where looks like it's the SciPack 1 that's the limiting factor. What's limiting on SciPack 1? It's not the glass, it's the plugs. Something jammed up in the plug line. Lack of latex. Latex is lack of latex slabs. Pitch. There's lack. The meat's clogged up. The meat's clogged up of all things. Okay. So I need to do something with the meat. If I want more science, I gotta do something with my meat. Missing some iron short from depot. We'll do the unload the caravan stop at the destination into depot. It'll buy us a little bit more time before that thing jams again. Yeah, we got meat, guts, and chitin. The meat can go be fed into the dig site. The guts and the chitin I need to do other stuff with. I'm not actually sure what I need to do with the chitin yet, but... Got spell meat, right, for the search to find it. There it goes. He's slowly trying to empty himself into here. Every time a stack of something empties, you just put a different one in. The literal flow of meat. Yeah, I maybe don't have enough meat consumption. Maybe don't have enough meat consumption. Okay, what do I do with, guts? I know I can cook into jerky. Renewables, stage 1 complete. Compost. The only thing I got to use guts into, besides... I think technically I can cook guts? Maybe I don't have the recipe for cooking guts yet. That's a different problem. But I could cook it into jerky. Oh no. Jerky can be turned into biomass. That's not what I'm looking for. Turn meat into jerky. That probably makes sense if you're doing spoilage, because I don't think the jerky has a particularly high spoilage rate. I also need jerky for the phytoplankton. Okay. So I'm going to compost that. Compost the guts. Yeah, the only recipe I have right now that I think consumes guts is biomass. And then the chitin carbolic acid plus middle oil. I don't have enough middle oil, so that's probably also going to become compost. Be burnt in things. Can be turned into creosote, organic solvent. Creosote and organic solvent, that's about it. And I don't have the recipe for organic solvent. Yeah, so I think that probably gets biomassed at the moment. Okay. So then I need a big composting plant to deal with all my product. Yeah, at least the biomass plant here will take my biomass and turn it into power. Not even sure that's fixed my SciPack problem. I think my SciPack problem is bigger than that. Oh, it has fixed it. So it is actually... The butchery is running again. Yeah, the butchery is running again. Until that backs up. And that will back up. Well, I'm not going to solve that problem right now. We're going to go make more iron, because I need more iron. Well, I maybe don't need more iron, but I want more iron. I want to get some molten iron flowing. So I think it's going to be this iron mine that I transition first. Because of its close proximity to coal. And relative proximity to water. Although I am going to need borax. Maybe an argument for that one. Iron plus borax. Or that one. Again, that's got borax. Wouldn't be too hard to pull coal borax off of that. In fact, this was probably the worst one for the borax. Yeah, this is probably the worst one for the borax. The problem is, the question is, which input am I most concerned about? So, 5 crystal mines to make the borax, and I then make wash borax, and muddy sludge. Which I don't have a use for, so right now we'd probably be dumping. Starting the system up with some brick wouldn't be too hard. It needs a finite amount of brick. Although it's a half a built to borax, that's not too bad. Sand comes from water. Yeah, probably want to set up near water to start because we've got some of the critical inputs here require water. Syngas plus water electrolysis plus sand are all water. You know, sand is... Unless I want to do muddy sludge, which I don't really need very badly right now. Sand is gravel, which is stone. Which does actually mean I'm like 2 jaw crushers short of what I need. Yeah, let's go grab 2 jaw crushers. Or... No, let's hold off on that. I think I'm gonna... Regardless of where I put it, I'm gonna be moving stuff around. Yeah, regardless of where I'm putting it, I'm gonna be moving stuff around. The borax is in the melting stage. The sand casting... Oh, the borax is both in the melting stage and the casting stage. Because the melting and the casting don't need to be in the same place. We've also got 3 hypothetical mines to upgrade. We've got you. Got you. We have you. There's 3. Oh, this still moves more than a belt. Just I'm not mining more than a belt because of the productivity at this point. Okay. So I probably want to melt where I have easy access to borax. I probably want to cast where I have easy access to sand. Or, not access to the creosote, because the sand casts require creosote. And syngas. So the middle area is probably where I want to do the final casting. Might not be where I do all the melting. I might only do like one batch of melting here. It's probably where I want to do the last of the casting. Slightly clean up the oil spill there. Yeah, so creosote's currently being stored and produced here. So do want to do the sand casting here. Could effectively steal from this stone line. Easy enough to do. Make sand. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do. So, casting unit. Casting unit, interestingly enough, outputs onto a belt. Well, that might actually be an interesting problem. Because we've worked out that I get an entire belt load coming off of a single casting unit. But the casting unit by default would be dumping onto a single side of the belt, which basically means the casting unit at the moment can't unload that fast. Because I don't have a way to unload onto both sides of the belt. Unless I unload into a depot. Could unload into depot, and then I'd be able to unload on both sides of the belt. Because the depot would have basically given me more output points. Okay. That wasn't what I was thinking was going to be the solution, but that'll be a doable solution, I suppose. So it's 2 liquids, 2 solids, and outputs a belt worth of product. In fact, technically it outputs more than a belt worth of product. But biomass power, stage 1. Okay, it needs a single inserter to the 2 products it receives. be enough to saturate a belt. Nine times 0.77. Carl Wimp, can it load faster if you feed it directly onto a splitter? I've seen people insert into splitters, but I don't know if it works for machines. I don't know. I don't know the magic unloading tricks for unloading. The question, and that might work. That might be a way to get 15 a second out of it. It might work. But I don't know, and I'm not going to design around I don't know. That's probably the best way to think about this. Especially because I've worked out a way that I think that'll work for me, which is we unload into this container. So 0.77 times 9 isn't actually quite right. Because I need to get 0.5 divided by 0.77. So I actually need 10 inserters, although I could do that. That wouldn't be impossible. That just means I'm going there and there. And that's one belt coming out of the depot. And this is plumbed up. And right now I'm thinking we're going to have 3 mines that we're going to convert. We're going to convert you. Maybe I'll set up a 4th. If I do 4, that'll be enough to actually saturate the bus as I've made it right now. Okay, so that's hypothetically the end. I'm going to probably pipe the molten iron in, so we'll come back to the molten iron part. Hot air. Let's think about hot air next. So I need pretty heavy ratios. I only really need 1 regenerative heat exchanger for the 4 of them. And then I need the... Well, that one will round. So I'm running... 4 batches. That's 9 of those. So it's actually only 10 regenerative heat exchangers in total. Moss farm upgrade. Okay. Okay, so you take bricks and coke oven gas in. We're gonna have an output. See, how much do you output? A lot. You output a lot. It's 10 a second. So with my current inserters, unless I go splurge and do the more expensive ones, I need 13 in, 13 out. On a setup that has 10 aside. So I literally can't run you at full speed. I won't have the inserter capacity to handle that. Unless I splurge for the expensive ones. Which I have yet to do. Let's build an expensive one so I can see what how much better they are. So we're getting 3.77 versus 1.2. So 1.2 would be able to do it with 9. 9 in, 9 out. Now I'm looking at needing... I only need half the machine right now, for what I'm thinking. Because I just don't need that much hot air. Alright, even if we multiply this by 4. In fact, let's just multiply this. I'm saying 4 belts. Right, I need the forecasting units. We need half the regenerative heat exchanger. So I'm only need to move 5.3. Which can be done with 7. Okay. Yeah, don't need to do the fancy one yet, although we'll have to do... we'll have to move the pressurizer a little way, because I need the space. Can't just have it a butt. then if I'm only loading with 7, obviously these can't all be taking more than 1. Because more than 1, or even 1 is 10 out, so... We're only outputting 5 every 8. So yeah, less than 1 out. Fiberboard's done. Fiberboard's just new recipes. We were just... Oh no, you fluidized bed reactor and bioreactor. Yeah, at that point we can queue up Logistics Science Pack. Although I could also leave it unqueued. Let's leave it unqueued because then it keeps it simple. That's for everything that needs something beyond that. We need to research that. So I can see what we can research. Should research. So that's construction bots. Maybe. We might as well put that in the queue. Queue you up. Queue you up. You give me the Verx 2, liquor decohesion. Which gives me geothermal water from the chitin. Atomizer looks expensive, but geothermal water. So power. I can turn the chitin into power. And the guts into chlorine. Oh yeah, that gives me Varrock 2. Gives me Varrock food. Varrock food is going to allow me to feed the Varrocks to make them breed better and faster. As well as start up phase 2 breeding. Which is required for Varrock Cocoon number 2. Okay. I'll keep work on that. Let's continue plumbing this up, or setting this up. That's syngas. I need coke oven gas here. Which is not the same thing. Coal gas plus water in 3 gasifiers. I did not bring gasifiers with me. Oh, that's required for the raw marks. I'm looking at the wrong recipe. Oh, and this is 10.7 because I have multiplied by 4, so it's Although I should probably be planning now for 11 of you. Well, that is a lot of coal. That is a lot of coal. Although, I can do that. Someone else can pipe it over. Do it someplace closer to the coal mine. And then pipe the gas over is probably the way to do it. 4 belts worth. So it's 3 each. Eating 4 belts worth of coal, probably from here. Could maybe use this pad over here. We've already got power running down it. And water running down it. Okay. Raw coal in, coke out, and coke oven gas. Oh, and that doesn't require water. I'm getting that confused with the gas fire. So I just need coal, the coke, and power. And what? To make a full belt of raw coal, I need how many? 4 miners. Still 4 miners. Because of the rounding. Technology starch, stage 1 complete. And yeah, I think we're starting to reach the point where we were gonna move through what's left of side pack 1, assuming I can keep the food moving, so the butchery doesn't back up. I'm not actually sure I'm gonna be able to do that. That's a different problem. Oh, and I'm out of power poles. Make a chunk, and then we can move on. Here we go. Coal flowing for that section. Oh, I suppose I need to check how many inserters I need. It's 5 a second. So 7 would do it perfectly. I think I don't have the space for that. Oh no, I have exactly the space for that. Okay. Reload. Unload is also easier. Unload is only 2. 2 is 3. Okay, so that makes my gas. And yeah, I'm over designing it. I'm designing it for future where I'm making 4 belts of metal, 4 belts of iron alone. I am out of underground. Let me go grab some underground. There you go. Another 200 pipe to ground. Let me grab some jaw crushers while here. I forgot to count for the jaw crushers I'll need. I still only need one jaw crusher per recipe. Okay, so I need 2 more jaw crushers is what I need. for that step. Too far up. That one, at least. Okay, so now you've got your gas. So if I prime the system by throwing some bricks in it, doesn't have bricks, that would get started, making hot air. Okay, so that's the air. We haven't sorted the liquid. I can do some check marking, right, to keep track of what's been done. So... say... Nope. I suppose if you're watching on YouTube, spoilers for probably what the next real big highlight is going to be, but we've made our first hot air at 93 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, you probably got some spoilers for what the next big build is going to be. One bad panda, are you winning? That's a lot of factory to only have light armor. Well, we're doing Pyanodons, so there ain't any there aren't any biters out there going to nibble on me, so I haven't splurged for the heavy armor. And in a way we're doing good. We're 2 science packs deep, working towards third science pack. We've researched the next armor in Pyanodons Mod. Armor, in addition to providing the armor stuff, which doesn't really matter, because it's not a hostile world. It adds inventory size bonus, so it adds more size to your inventory. So at some point I will go ahead and get the heavy armor. Hoffman saying the only way to win Pi is to Alt F4. There is technically a victory condition, if you go deep enough. No one's saying it's easy. But there is technically a way to win. That is not Alt F4. One bad panda is adding to Hoffman's joke with it. Is to die while playing? And no, there are other ways to win. I think it's still the same as normal Factorio, where you technically win by launching a rocket. Just the tech tree is massive, and the rocket is way down there. Still scrolling. That's landing pad count, which I suppose that's probably post game. That's probably post game. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there is stuff past rocket silo. But there's the rocket silo. And again, there are stuff past rocket silo. Although that's an example of a tech that has nothing beyond it. So presumably by then you've either researched everything or you're getting close. As I keep finding things to go that are deeper in the tech tree. Deeper in the tech tree. There you go. Pyrrhic victory. Research this technology to win the game. Did you do it? Yes. What did it cost you? Everything. So apparently that's what victory is considered in this game, and it is a long way off. Journal of Tank 3 all the way to Pyrrhic victory. Yeah, all the way down to Pyrrhic victory. It requires 8,000 batches of that set of science, and it takes 1.2 thousand seconds, presumably for research speed 1. Hopefully get some better labs by then to research a single batch. Long way off. We're not that far, and there's a decent possibility that we will suffer FPS death before we get there. My computer is not the best, but I will try anyway. At least try to get it to FPS death. Okay, so working on the solids. Probably should do sand casting next. In sand casting, even in the 4X recipe batch here, is 1 tar processing, 1 jar crusher. 1 jar crusher. Twitch chat saying reduced to ash. That is one way things may end for this run. My computer may be reduced to ash, let's say. Don't have a tar processing unit. Forgot to go grab the tar processing unit earlier. Let's go grab that. There we go. Hoffman's also said, what does it cost you? Not much. 1,500 hours? Yeah, that's a lot of time. And we're only 100 hours in. I don't think we're technically 100 hours in, we're like 90-something hours in. So 1,500 hours is the estimate. We got 15 times more stream than we've done. 14 days in. So we'll be lucky if we're done sometime this year. At the current rate of getting parts done. Okay, so you need sand. D64, gotta say, that is an insane amount of plates on the bus. I think I've never used half that in my initial basin pie. Plates on the bus. Yeah, we got. Well, to be fair, I've had people comment that I have a insane bus, and it might be an insane bus. I'm not necessarily doing sane things. I might be doing more insane things than real sane things here. Be fair. Sand comes from gravel. Oh, that's the sand recipe. And then you have the gravel recipe. There we go. So you need 4 inserters to take it out. Although I haven't adjusted for the fact that you're only going to have 4. Because I'm doing like a partial recipe here, so it doesn't math right. It doesn't quite math right. We'll run 4 because it's 4. And the input here, if we were actually running at speed, would be like 6. Not that we're going to be running at speed. And Twitch chat saying, everything takes so long in this, you don't need huge volumes. Well, it depends upon what you're doing, I suppose. Some of the things do need large numbers because they don't output very much. Like, I'm very much of a proponent that you probably, at least until you get the improved Varric recipes, you need a lot of Varric paddocks because the first recipe is really bad. So it's how much work do you want to do with the bad recipes before you get the good recipes is probably where that breakdown occurs. My answer is I have no patience waiting for the better recipes, so I'm using bad recipes. So some of the pain that you exhibit from my stuff is I want to do the thing now. Is it sane to do the thing now? Not really. Like I have a SciPack 1 setup that has 40 Varrock paddocks in it. Because to do the speed I wanted, that's what I needed. But yeah, most of the stuff, for example, up on the bus, I am operating a single one of. Now, maybe by 5-pack standards, that is still a lot. And it's probably because it is still a lot. But, yeah, most of the assemblers up in the bus are operating on ones. I make one of a thing. And that is enough. It just, there's so many different recipes that one of a thing times a lot of things is still a lot of things. Okay, so that goes to where it needs to, so I need to get borax in and molten iron in. Otherwise, that step's done, that step's done. I'm going to assume water is coming from somewhere and that's reasonably done. Although that is telling me how much water I need. I need 2 offshore pumps. Actually, I'm going to assume the water isn't done, because apparently I need 2 offshore pumps to provide all the water to the electrolysis units. I'm not actually planning on using 15 here for the first go. We're going to, or 60 here, I'm planning on doing 15, but I'm planning around having it be expandable to go up to 60. So yeah, there we go. So we got the coke oven gas sorted. Got those sorted. I guess we're on washers next. Yeah, we're on washers next. Get some borax processed. There's borax. There's borax. That one looks like the bigger one. Let's start with that one. Because half is going to be working that iron mine, half is going to be working this iron mine, and the leftover from working those iron mines is going to come work the casting units. Oh, I probably need more belt. Let's go grab more belt first. So I need to get the borax back. Something's struggling back in our science. I suspect it's probably the whole meat problem. I probably have the meat's probably backed up again. Because I haven't figured out what I'm doing with the chitin slash guts. Oh, no, that's not what's backed up. Wonder what's backed up then. Isn't particularly slow. You don't have any of that. You don't have any plugs. It is the meat. Because the brains are backed up. Mr. Caravan here is not eating enough brains. Maybe that's an indication I should set some more caravans up. Just to go through some more brains. Either way, that should get science flowing again. That's caravan itself, not the drop point. That's the outpost. Yeah, let's build a pair of those. Look at the second caravan going. We got this one delivering washed borax. To the casting units and smelting units. Go grab some automation science. Okay. And then you need titanium. Got 5 plates on me, so you can have those. Nope. Oh dear. One of my belts is not set right. I'll have to figure that later. I want automation science specs. It's the wrong way. I'm gonna go down to the science for that. That should be more than enough. I need one generic DNA to get a carry run. Need a bunch of moss samples and a bunch of bio samples. Grab some titanium. Oh, you're jammed up. Ah, that's where all the coal's going because I screwed up one of the coal lines. Okay, how did I work that? That's not the bork. That's where the ash is coming in. Oh, I put the coal on the wrong side. That's what's going on. Put the coal on the wrong side. Very easy fix. Gonna be hell to clean up, but very easy fix. Let's use my other return chest. Frick. Walking back. Nope. First time chat saying Florida man. This is more like cleaning up after an oil spill than a Florida man, I'd say. But yeah, I screwed up. We put coal. I accidentally put coal on the wrong side of a chiral belt. So it was only supposed to be ash on one side, coal on the other, and I put coal on the wrong side, so it's making its way through to the ash sorters. I've solved the problem. We've now got to get the coal out of the system, so I'm grabbing it at the end so the ash sorter can do the, you know, sorting of the ash for me. To some degree. Oh, so I must have got the balance right on the science, because we're getting 31 science a minute. Which is actually more than I should be getting. I should only be able to get 30. Production robots done. If we had those, or actually had those properly implemented, this would help with the cleanup. Although if I had those properly implemented, we probably wouldn't be using the power plant the way it is, so. Yeah, I should probably do accumulators at some point. Get that queued up. Okay, so the belt that was bringing that coal in is in fact got all the coal out of the system. That belt is now just a pure belt of ash coming in. And I think that's it. I think the ash should be able to solve itself. Okay, back to what I was trying to do, which is find some titanium. I guess I have a lot of titanium. Interview. Running along the lead belt. I presumably don't have as much lead as I have titanium. That's probably because I have higher demand for lead. Wage. No, gen construction bots. Should probably put person robots on the list as well. Okay, get yourselves in the caravan. And then we'll have that do some washed crystal rolling. Okay, while we wait for the moss samples and the caravan to be made, I'm going to quickly use the facilities. I'll be back. Okay, we got one caravan going. Got most of the stuff I need for the second one as well. When I come back, there'll be another one there. Waiting for me. When I didn't fix the other one. I should fix the other one too. I did both entirely backwards. Oh dear. Like a decohesion stage 1, so that is one way to deal with some of my backlog. We're not putting on the right side here. Oops. Rock stage 2. Okay, pick up. I already got the queued up. So you're queued up. You have nothing that comes after you. Well, I can do right now. You're queued up. Got nothing that comes after you that I can do. You're queued up. Got nothing after you. Queued up. Nothing after you. You're queued up. You actually have a couple things that can come after you, so let's get those queued up as well. Had this resistant to clogging. I've done this before, obviously. I've set the car LED up wrong. Reptit998 is saying, Manny, you should really get the heavy armor right now, get those plus 20 extra inventory slots. Yeah, the thing that stopped me from picking it up is, what was in this recipe? Latex slabs. Yeah, I could probably steal that from somewhere. They're aluminum. Probably could steal that from somewhere. And metallics. Currently have the intermetallics on me. I have to go find the places in the base where I can steal them, basically. I haven't taken the time to do that. Yeah, making silly ticks like the times for 5-1 anyway. But I gotta go over there and find where in the setup it is and see if I can actually nick some, which is to some degree a little bit easier said than done. The boxes are full. Park upgrade. Those were for the point where they are on the tech tree dead ends. Okay. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. Is the thing behind you. I don't have you queued. Let's get you queued. You're actually behind the cooling tower. Let's pull you up so I can contemplate which one I want to go for. Hoffman responding to Reptid saying, "Let the man fight his own battle." Those are some fun mixed coal ash belts. Yeah, well, I figured out why they were mixed, and I fixed the source of the problem. The problem is that they were mixed for a while. So, and they're not short belts. They're long belts. They're very long belts. So the problem is way back up the other end. So after fixing it, it's going to take a while to properly de-entangle the problem. Okay, so that's the latex slabs, and I probably picked up some stuff I don't need. I'll do antigenate. Get rid of those. Okay. Now I just need to get some duraluminum for the extra 20 inventory spaces. And then we'll go back to trying to fight the mixture. when I've got to swap the old with the new. Did it auto? No, that's still a light, so yeah, I can swap the old with the new. There we go. There we go. That's a bit more of an elegant solution. Here we go. All because I decided to redo the old coal system. And apparently did a very bad job of it. Very bad job of it. Oh, you're full. I can't get to the coal that way if there's no space in the building, in the room. Yeah, it was transitioned over from burner miners to electric miners. And the electric miners I have set up to mine on both sides of the belt. Which can be a problem. Set up to, you know, not supposed to handle that. I see what the problem here is. Okay, so coal is supposed to be on the left. It would be on the right. That's the wrong side for that one. It's supposed to be. Wait. Nope, that's wrong. That is wrong again. Okay, circuit network's complete. So that feeds in like that. Then on the wrong. side. There we go. Oh, I never went and grabbed the fluid drills to finish fixing this. I updated it. Okay, I'm trying to get the ash off the wrong side. The ash keeps coming, the ash keeps coming, the ash, you know, it just keeps coming. We're getting pretty close. That's the end of it. I think ash stack's pretty high. And hopefully fixed again. Although I was wrong last time, so maybe you shouldn't be trusting me on fixing my own mistakes here. Steel from that, or for that. Turn over where the steel is and grab a little bit of steel for a sinkhole. I'm pretty sure the dirty water I'm going to get from washing my borax is goes down a sinkhole. Might have inserters. Need to go grab some inserters. None of those were inserters. Tidal power hasn't been queued. Let's queue tidal power. Tidal power, wind power, oil power. And I think we queue up logistic science at that point to finish up the research for the while and have the research labs that I've apparently overbuilt take a nap. Game over here, inserters. It's actual assembler for inserters. Nope, that should be enough inserters. Why is this not flowing? Because it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, that would make it not flow. I gotta agree with that. Definitely gotta agree with that. Oh, that's what's happening. I'm starting to approach actually running the power grid at full speed. But that means I'm gonna have to start expanding the power grid. Yeah, so something I'm gonna get shit out of you. Cooling tower done. So, thinking one of the ways I can do something with chitin is use it to make geothermal water. I have this recipe for geothermal water. That is a lot of atomizers. Is a lot of atomizers. I'm not sure I'm making that much chitin. How much chitin am I making? I pack one. How much are you making? 0.2. So I'm making a 50th of that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so something more like that. One regenerative heat exchanger turns the geothermal water made in from a chitin into steam, which I can then turn into power. And I think that's exactly one steam engine. Okay. I would at least use up the chitin. Think about that. One through there, over to there, through there, over to there, through there, over to there, round about there. And then I might want you to belt off to go do something else. Oh, and these are not pass-through oil points, or metal points. Need to retrieve some brains at some point. I need to liberate this, crystal mine. Oh, these need some gas, okay. I'm gonna have to run the coal gas out here. Or, oh, I could make coal gas nearby. Not coal gas, no, I would have to make coal gas, then I'd have to... So I either gotta pipe the coal gas out here, or gotta pipe the tar back. Probably how I need to think about it. Something's wrong in the main base, but, you know. Getting 24 out of 30, we're going fast enough. Actually, technically, it's the syngas, not the coal gas I need to move. Okay, so I need 10 of these set up. Get what I want out of here. Or actually, is it 10? Or is it more than 10? It's 5 per setup, and I think I want 4 setups as our math to hit. Well, eventually want 4. I only need one of them really right now. I don't even really need that one right now. Okay, so if I'm doing 1, I need 5 because I need just over 4. If I do that amount, which would be 4 belts, I need... Because I'm having 3 different areas, or 4 different areas, actually, right? That's why I did 4 on the end. So the productivity, we're eventually want to go up to probably about 17, 18. Because of the rounding. So it'd be 16 point that. Really, I only need a fourth of that right now, which is 5. Yeah, so let's set up 5. These are at least pass through. I was hoping this would actually be 2 batches wide where I could point into the middle. Oh, maybe the other way? Yeah, probably the other way. Even that's a bit of a stretch, although that would work. That wouldn't be too terrible. Yeah, that wouldn't be too terrible. Okay, so that would power the 5. I have to get the power back to the base, but that's fine. And this first one Actually going to travel after processing by caravan. It also goes into 5 washers. Fish upgrade. Aggressive selection. So you get less fish, but get some fish food. Which, if you want to go straight to the second fish recipe, makes sense. Although it's actually net fish food, so you have to find something to do with the fish food. Besides feed it to fish. Temperature control. Fish hydro... Sate becomes... that recipe. Goes through... oh, doubles the time, but you get effectively 3 times per cycle, but you go through a 99% chance to consume a cooling tower every time. And you can get cyanic acid. All fish undergoes mincing, enzymatic digestion, grinding, and liquefaction to produce a liquid fish hydroslate. Dissolving substance, also known as gurry. The process is known to be more efficient at cooler temperatures due to the preservation of complex protein. Active cooling components will increase the yield. However, there's a risk of mechanical wear. Yeah. Dosing pumps. Warning, picking this option will edit the pipe locations for all fish farms. Okay, so if I'm going for the last one, we do this before we do fish. Install automatic dosing pumps to reduce waste and improve fish quality. Flush byproducts will be collected and stored for future use. High-speed pumping apparatus requires additional electricity to operate, so they're going to be more expensive to operate. And adds fish oil at the cost of some fish eggs. Also makes it a little bit faster. Fish oil, fish hydroslate. For the cost of fish eggs. Yeah, not sure which of those I want to do. Do at this point realize I need me to pick that one before I do any of the fish. Probably at the point where I should probably do some of the picking. We got the moss farm choice. Spore sterilization. Unopened capsules will both are intact or collected to provide spores to the next crop. Such conditions, sterilization is necessary with distilled water and chlorine. It adds chlorinated water to the recipe, which makes it a little more complicated, but makes it faster. Yeah. Force substrate revitalization. It's become force fraction back. Which, if I want to do something with the course fraction, would be too terrible. Internal bioreactor. Gives me a recipe for turning refined syngas into syngas, net productive syngas production. And refined natural gas into natural gas. Well, that one's reductive. Adding a bioreactor to the recipe. Add a bioreactor module to the farm that nullifies any pollution made by the cultivation process. The stored pollution can be added trace chemicals into certain refined gases, transformed into an unrefined state. Okay. or high-density culture. So the first one would remove the muddy sludge. Okay, looks like it just removes the muddy sludge. On all the steps. The moss is kept at the stage of continuous mechanical disruption using rotating blades. The exposure to the alien atmosphere's biodiversity will remove the requirements of muddy water. Additional energy will be required to maintain the biological process. Okay. Oh, there's a random option. Yeah, I'm not quite down for the random option. Woolor synthesis. So that takes cyanic acid, hydrogen, the formic acid, which right now we're getting from murking them, to make ammonia and carbon dioxide. So if I wanted ammonia, I'm not sure what I want ammonia for. That would be a pretty nice potential recipe pathway, although that would require more formic acid. I can cut the barrel portion of the recipe out. Reuse water. Permanently remove the need for barrels out of that system. Think how that's working. Yeah. More natural cycle. Makes it consume less power. More productive, so productivity cycle, but makes it slower, so it'll be less productive in number of buildings, but more productive per input. All interesting choices, and I'm indecisive, but I am not so indecisive that I'm going to take a random result. Okay, so how much borax do I need to get in per second? So it's 10 every 7 seconds, so I need to get 1.42, so I need 2 inserters. Get stuff in for washing. And the product is also going to be 2 out. Okay. One of these days it might be worth trying to bring all the muddy water together just to reduce consumption of other products. At the moment, down the drain it goes. Electric energy accumulators. So I need to get syngas. Not syngas. Yeah, syngas. I need to get syngas over here. And power. Okay. We need more pipe to ground. Probably need some more pumps. Let's start handcrafting a pump while I'm thinking about it. Yes, you would be running if I gave you your mining fluid. You queued up. I don't really need the bullets. I'll probably research the bullets anyway at some point, but we don't really need the bullets. Interesting. You're queued up, you're queued up, you're queued up, you're queued up, you're queued up. And then it would be you at that point. Unless I do the bullets. Might as well do the bullets. Well, that's my pipeline. So the pipeline ends there. At some point there's going to be a complaint that I've stretched the system too far. Although that's one of the reasons I'm running along the direction I'm running the power pole. So when we get there, throw a pump down it, it'll work. And we hit it. Where does my syngas come through here? At this point it might be easier to get the syngas to the coal gas to where I need it than bring the blank pipe to where the syngas is. The gasoline. That's the coke oven gas. There's the syngas. Yeah, that was probably going to happen at some point. Where's the convenient place to put power in this line? We're going to power pole there. We're going to got a pump system there, so that seems like a reasonable place. Any. Personal Roboport? Let's go check that's working. If it is, I'll have to go looking for some brains. That aren't mine. Up to you whether you think I've lost mine or not, that's a different problem. Some degree of insanity, I suppose, with playing this game. Missed a pipe somewhere. Somewhere between A and B, it is not connected. I probably missed the pipe in the corner. I would guess. Ah. Oh. But too big of a hole for the pump. That's why we would check to make sure it was working. First, borax. 95 hours and 15 minutes. I'm 16 minutes in. And I guess Boris has multiple different looks to it. Okay. Yeah, watching in the highlights, that's we're working towards getting that cast iron, I suppose. So borax is required for that. Catch you in the next one. And if you're watching live or in the unedited version, we're gonna go work on the next part of that. So, well, actually, we're gonna go find some brains. We're gonna get the caravan, getting that shipped, and then we're gonna work on the next part of that, which is, I think, the molten metal itself is where we're at. Oh, and I'll need the electrolysis to make the furnaces work. Yeah, the place where we're using has already got that. I'll have to add in crushers. But that's enough to do. Or actually, it doesn't have that because I'm still on the old burners. But I need to drain the burners. So we have those three. You're in. So it's got the water splitting. Or the 12 electrolysis units. Okay, I don't need a lot of brains to get this started. True saying cast iron is great. It gives so much iron so fast. Yeah. I think one of the other viewers earlier said they didn't. I'm not sure if they were actually beaten or if they were sort of bragging it, but they were saying that they didn't need this much plate. Maybe they don't. But yeah, this is going to be basically 4 belts of plate initially. So this is a lot of cast iron. As we get into later recipes, we'll probably start swapping these from cast iron to some of the products that you make out of cast iron. For example, I think I'm turning a belt of plates into a belt of sticks. But yeah, if you're able to cast the sticks directly, you don't do the sticks that way. You obviously have it cast them instead. Okay, so Caravan, put you down. And we're gonna give you some brains to start. Add the interrupt. I'm gonna add a destination. This destination you are gonna empty cargo. Which doesn't make any sense right now because you have no cargo. The other destination. That one. You are to fill cargo. Got 4 brains, so that should be enough. Go. And we'll come back in a while and see if he has delivered what we're supposed to have here. And now it'll probably cause a brownout in the grid by putting 12 electrolysis units going. Okay, water down the middle. Now, we've already got a place to send the hydrogen, and we know where we're sending the oxygen. The oxygen is the whole reason we're building this setup. Although, the byproduct hydrogen right now is probably end up getting venting the atmosphere, because well, I've got a place to send it, I don't need that much. And I'm going to need more underground pipe. advanced combinators researched. Got the bullets. There's only one level bullets there. Only one level bullets there. So at this point, I think we have everything. Oh, I didn't fertilize them. Key fertilizers. Everything except for Logistics Science Pack queued up of what we can currently research. And yep, there we go into light brownout territory, pulling just a little too much power the electrolyzer's running. And I need to get that plumbed in, but for the moment, we're getting real close to being done. And being able to replace this pitiful iron belt with one full of iron. Oh, and I need the oxygen for the, taking the oxygen the wrong way. The oxygen's for the, smelter. Furnace. Don't have to take it to the casting machine. Although I do need to run the metal to the casting machine. So I'm running my pipe the wrong way. Okay, so with that, I think it is time to bring the old system offline over here. Preparation for the new. So we're out with the burner drills, out with the smelters, out with the uncrushed ore. suppose in the short term I can sort out how we need the crushing. And this is going to use coal. It's going to use a lot of coal. You know, we've done that bit, which is coal, but we've got this bit, which is a whole belt of coal. Although it is a whole belt of coal, whereas this is using apparently 5 belts of coal. So, could definitely be worse. Did I build my furnaces? Yeah, they're... How big are these? So technically I've got 3 different recipes we can use in these for the moment. Iron molten salt, antimony oxide. I haven't even got to copper smelting yet. Well, I think probably what we're going to do after we get this first one going is we move on to molten salt. So we can have some power. To compensate for the fact that the electrolysis units that we're using to fuel the oxygen in these furnaces is going to drink everything. Basic oxygen furnace. Molten salt. Uses no oxygen. Okay. Okay, so I need to throw 3 borax in every 4 seconds. That's 1 inserter. And 2 inserters for the processed iron ore. How bad is this going to be on fuel? Yes, can't quite half-belt it. Well, I could half-belt it, but then I'd have to... That would work. That would work. Okay, so I could half-belt it, and then we take a half-belt of coal for each side. Oh, I'm failing by the ash. Oh dear. Although, no, I can work with the ash. That'll work. We're half-belting. Richard saying, "What an absolute octopus!" Yeah, we're cleaning. We're slowly doing away with the magnificent spaghetti octopus coal setups. But yeah, we're going from something that previously used 5 half belts of coal to something that only uses a belt of coal. I would say that is a improvement. Although, a lot of that's because a lot of it's being converted to electrical power. So one must question where the electrical power is coming from. The answer is probably coal. So we're just spending the coal someplace else. Probably in a more organized fashion. In Twitch, it looks like my hair. I haven't showered in 10 days. Well, I wish you enjoy your next shower. I'm sure it doesn't, my hair gets pretty much a mess within, like, 24 hours, so. It doesn't even have to be not showering in 10 days for me. Oops, I'm already screwed up. Okay, hopefully I'm overdoing the inserters, but not sure exactly how much fuel these things drink. I have a feeling it's an uncomfortable amount. This takes in 5 every 4, which is 0.77. So it's about 1.62 processed iron ore worth of inserters. And then it's less than 1 for the borax, which is why I'm putting down 3, because we're going to half belt the processed ore on one side and borax on the other. Okay, so let's do the oxygen next. And I'm gonna have to spaghetti the borax over. And then I'll have to get the crushers going. Crush the iron ore. Idle power done. Okay, so that's borax sorted. Now for crushing, I only need 7 crushers. And the output of the crusher will be less than a belt, so I can take in and out on a single belt. Oh, actually, I can't take in on a single belt, because I need more than one belt of input. Yes. Okay. Although I could take in on 2 belts and then output on 1. Okay. So 5 in every 2 seconds. Works out to 4 inserters. And then that should also mean that I need less than 4 out. In fact, I probably can get away less than 3 out. Yeah, I can get away 3 out. So it's 4 in, 3 out. I wasn't fitting it there, I thought I was going to force it in. And down a little bit of the forest. You need to move it up, come on. I need, what, worked out 3 out, 4 in, 3 out. Okay, so they're complaining about being mostly out of fuel, except for the last one. Which is fine. That works out for me. Start cleaning up these belts. I'm swapping over to electric miners. Actually, you're complaining about it being out of ore. Yeah, so I think these pretty much out of ore. Odd bit of ore on the end of the belt because of how I designed the old furnace stacks. Also because the recipe is very inefficient. Yeah, slowly packing this all up. Hoping more of the coal will work its way out of the system, but the coal, I don't think there's enough demand to really work the coal out, so I'm gonna have to pick it all up. Wind power is done. Yeah, working slowly through what's left. I don't think there's anything left of the two side packs that we haven't queued at this point. Or the two packs that we haven't queued at this point. Full of rock. Okay, stuff those machines full of coal. It's a little bit of the coal inventory out of the inventory. Make a little extra coal gas by running that system, running that retired system. Gotta get more coal in the system. Oh, I suppose I could set the miners up at this point. Realizing I don't have enough miners on me. Really should have 8 miners. I only got 4. We'll work with 4. 4 will be a start. 4 will be a adequate proof of concept. It's alive. It's not full size, but it's alive. I suppose if I can nick some of the iron. Although there's no iron coming out. This is the different problem. Yeah, that should at least get me to molten iron. I'll have to pipe that back. Oh, and I'll have to sort out the stone. I just realized how I screwed something up. Yeah, I'll go back and fix it in a moment. This belt has to be rearranged so it is full sides. Yes. Okay, that'll help a little bit. Molten iron. 96 hours and almost 3 minutes. Setup isn't done, but it is beginning. What am I missing? Missing iron. Oop. So that was to be expected at some point. And it's running. I don't have enough circuit boards. I'll have to grab more circuit boards. I'm gonna have to go grab my circuit boards and go check the chest where I get more. $100. Yep, I don't need that many. Take a stack though. Although 100 being there is a good indication that the bus is thriving. This is before fighting with another belt of iron. Well, actually, upgrading a partial belt to a full belt. A reliably full belt. We'll go ahead and future-proof the setup. So now as a mine runs out, there'll just be another mine to take over the load. solve the stone problem. Oh, there's still just that last little bit of iron flowing along the belt. As... Oh, and I'm assuming that it should go some more for me. Okay, so that can't, at least not in its current contribution, cannot be the stone belt. Well, the bridge in there would not be too terrible. I already have stone going north there, right? So that's probably where I want to divert it to. Okay, so then that can be a stone belt. Spent a lot of time cleaning a bit of it up, but put it back down again. That can be a stone belt out. Oops. Okay, still have the odd bit of iron that will be coming along this belt. Assumed I had extricated it all, but I was wrong. So I know it's all piling up here, waiting to get onto the belt that it's supposed to go onto, but it does not. Now it does. Created 10K Psypack 1. 96 hours, 13 minutes, and 37 seconds. Cranking out the science. I've run out of hot air. Why have I run out of hot air? Run out of hot bricks. Because I need to get coke oven gas, cold coke oven gas out. I never planned for something doing the cold coke oven gas. What can I do with the cold coke oven gas? Use molten salt. Okay, so I don't have that tech yet. There is a way to regenerate it so I don't have to keep making new, but I don't have that tech yet. Okay, so I need to figure out how I'm handling my disposal. And I didn't leave any space for my disposal in the current design here. I can work with that. But left most of the space I need. Okay. So I need to say that bit needs a scoot there. Reptid saying, I just offloaded my coke oven gas into my sushi fluid fuel system. I could see that. I think I'm going to be ultra lazy, and I'm just going to exhaust pipe it. Because it fixes the problem for now. Oh, and I need to redo the power because I'm going to the power cables. Technology fertilizer, stage 1. So I've then got the bullets and the science back, and then we'll be doing science for a while. Yeah, so this portion's working correctly. I think. Oh, I never did the ash out. Whoops. Needs to get solved, otherwise it's not gonna work after a while. It's working for the moment. So I'm surprised the miracle still runs with the amount of hash that's gonna be generating. Trim the forest back a little bit to make another space for belt to come through. yoink out the ash. Okay, so I'm not making enough metal to actually fill the system with molten metal, because that's more than a belt of metal coming out the other end, out the casting end. So that's fine. The system's not supposed to stockpile any molten metal at the moment, unless the stockpile on metal at the end is full. I'm out of air again. I'm out of hot air again because I have too many bricks in the system. Okay. Thinking if Editor Me has done his job, that we're at a point for a build review. So you may have had a couple spoilers here over the last couple of YouTube highlights, but most of the stream, I've been working on implementing cast iron plate. So the setup is running correctly. This should be producing just enough cast iron plate to fill up this entire belt, which is why we haven't been loading into depot, because I didn't necessarily know when it would unload both sides of the belt. So I just put it into depot, and then we're unloading the depot into the belt. We probably go with a small depot. There's a smaller storage container, but we're using depot. So we got the casting unit. The casting unit is fed with sand and borax, molten iron, and hot air. So here's the hot air system. You might think, why is he doing a build review? The build obviously isn't done. The answer is the build is done. The build is actually designed to be expandable, to do 4 belts of output. But the first build out here is only 1 belt, so it is done as it needs to be for 1 belt. So we got 1 casting unit, which shouldn't actually be running at full speed. It only needs to run at 8% speed. We've got 1 regenerative heater, which needs to run at like 1/10 speed. And we got 2 regenerative heaters here that generate the hot item to make the hot air. And I only need 2 of them. When we're all the way up to 4, we actually need all of these. Yeah, there's a little bit of rounding, but it'll work out. But yeah, we'll need all of these when we get all 4 of them in. So that's the hot air being made, which is one of the 4 imports of the iron plate. Up here we have a caravan delivering borax, so we'll go review the borax portion of the build in a moment. And then around here we also have, I'll walk over to it, the sand castings. The sand castings take in a little bit of stone that gets converted into sand, or into gravel, into sand. Sand plus creosote equals sand castings. So that's 2 of 4 inputs here to making the cast iron. And yeah, so if you're watching the highlights, this is this part of the build review for this location. I actually have to do quite a bit of walking through the next bit, so see you in the next bit. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, or watching live on Twitch, I'm going to do a build review, and then we're probably going to start thinking about bringing it to a close. So if you've got any comments to leave, now's a good time to leave them. And yeah, we'll queue up the last of the site pack 1 and logistics pack. Automation pack? Automation pack combo, because logistics science is the next one now. Okay, if Editor Me has done his job again, we're arriving at another portion of that build-out. So, you noticed previously that it presumably took molten iron. So this is where we make our molten irons. We mine iron, and you might remember this is one of the older iron mines. We've upgraded to electric mining drills to feed the jaw crushers to feed the basic oxygen furnace. And this makes molten iron out of borax, and the process iron ore that comes out of the crushers, and oxygen. The borax comes over from that caravan station, so you will see that in a little bit. I can, with a short walk over here, show you the oxygen setup. The oxygen setup is not that inspired. It's water in, and it's split into hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen works its way over there, and then the hydrogen works its way over to some fuel tanks that, well, at the moment I think have set up to overflow into a outlet pipe. We'll do stuff with hydrogen later for a fuel source, but a lot of electrolyzers running, which, as you can see, means the electric grid is not quite handling the electric demand of the base. I think tomorrow we're going to be working, the next stream we're going to be working on building power plants. Spoilers as far as the technology is going. We're on the last science pack I can do with the 2 science packs we've automated. So it's going to be power next stream, and then probably developing a way to make all the components to the side pack. So if you're watching on the YouTube highlights, we're going to have one more highlight from today's stream, which is where I'm going to go review the borax extraction. Okay, Reptid998 saying, okay, leaving my comments now to say your stream has insufficient rabbits. Does SciPack have rabbits? That's, or does Pyanodons Mod have rabbits? That's a good question. If it does have rabbits, they're probably coming up. But yes, this stream has no rabbits, it just has rocks. It's a Factorio stream. And I don't know if this mod has rabbits. I don't think that is an alien type it has. Okay, if Editor Me has brought you into the build review, you might notice that we are at the place where I'm mining our raw borax. We are washing it here. Again, maybe not being the most efficient. We're just dumping the dirty water down a sinkhole. And then this is the other end of the caravan outpost where the caravan comes, picks up the borax, and drops it off at the other caravan. Much like the molten iron setup, where it's designed to be expandable up to 4 lanes, I have designed this crystal mine area for mining the borax to be doubled up here. And that way it can support the smelting at a different iron mine as well. But this is how it is. So if you're watching on YouTube, in the highlights video, this is probably going to be the last highlight of this stream and of the last 4 days. So we've got, I think during the highlights, we got SciPack 1 automated. We've just got into casting iron. We've researched during this part power plants, so that's probably what we're going to be developing in the next stream, which will be in the next highlights video. And yeah, we worked through a bunch of technology, so getting there was a period there where we were running 30 science per minute, which helped us fly through the tech tree. And I improved the glass setup. We've moved on to the most modern glass recipe, so I'm able to get a lot more molten glass, and I don't think that's a bottleneck on anything anymore. And yeah, the base is coming along. I'll have to find a use for hydrogen. We're kind of wasting a bunch of hydrogen, but the base has come along. Yeah, I think I'll resist building out the rest of this, at least until I've sorted the power plants, because we don't have enough power. So I think I'm going to resist building out more of this until we got the power plants in, and maybe until we've sorted out actually doing logistics science packs. So with that, I suppose I'll actually go over the schedule, because people watching the highlight stream may be interested in the schedule as well. So if you're watching on Twitch, why is the module not loading? I lost internet access? No, I still have internet access. There we go. The upcoming Twitch schedule, so if you're watching this in the highlights video, as soon as I get the highlights edited, I'll post them, so you'll be off a couple days, but it should be stuff that you're either watching over the next couple days or would be available over already. So today was Factorio Pyanodons, tomorrow is going to be Shadow Empire, Saturday is going to be Frostpunk 2, or Saturday is not going to be Frostpunk 2 because we finished Frostpunk 2. Friday is Shadow Empire, Saturday is going to be Solar Expanse, Sunday is going to be Solar Nations 2, and then we'll be back around to Factorio on Monday. And then that 4-day cycle will repeat until either Solar Nations 2 is done or Solar Expanse is done. Shadow Empire and Factorio Pyanodons mods are long enough games that they're probably not going to end anytime soon. So that's the upcoming schedule. I hope everyone has been enjoying, whether you're watching it live on the Twitch, or watching it live, or watching when it gets posted in the highlight stream, or watching the unedited version. Reptid998 is saying the closest thing it has is the mouse bait cotton guts to rabbits in the game, because he was bringing up my stream does not have enough rabbits. Well, we'll have to work towards getting some cotton guts in the future. I'm not sure if that was one of the recent ones we researched. It was. Yeah, so we'll have to work towards some cotton guts. Presumably that is required for making my logistics science here. We need batteries, animal samples, poor animal samples, and solidified sarcosis. So we'll have to figure out how to do that in the next one. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bring the save in here. And yeah, this is the end of day 14, even though the save says 17. A couple days we've had multi-parts on, so we've had multiple saves a couple days. So I'm going to wish everyone the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and or stream, and bye for now.